To Thursday the 3rd of November 2022's Angus Council meeting. Good news to start with. First item is an award to Councillor Fairweather. Members, before I start the proceedings today, I want to draw your attention to some fantastic news. Councillor David Fairweather has been celebrated as part of the Leaders of the Year showcase at the 2022 Local Government Awards. David was recognised for his hard work and dedication shown to the community of Angus during his tenure as leader of the council. A further addition to his leadership, including an outstanding best value report, which I think is really important as well. I know we would wish to congratulate David. I think we should give him a round of applause for that. Moving on, before we go on to apologies of absence, members, you will be aware that meetings of full council have been fairly lengthy. In order to manage this a bit better, I am advising members that consequently I'll be limiting members to one question each, as far as possible, of course. In relation to Standing Order 15/3, where it states no member shall speak more than once except when raising a point of order, making a point of clarification, moving or seconding a procedural motion in a debate, and on any one motion an amendment. I'll be limiting this as far as possible for the same reasons. I think that's all clear for questions and comments. Great, thank you. Moving on, apologies for absence.
Yes, Provost, apologies from Councillor Durno.
Right, any further ones? Is that it? Just the one? Great. Now, there's been a deputation request from Chris Boyle of Unison in relation to item 15. Do we agree to hear the deputation from Chris Boyle? Agreed. Yeah. Yes.
Can I move that we hear the delegation, Provost, but stipulate that this has to be for noting, given that we don't control operational procedures within Angus Alive as an alio of Angus Council. So.
Yeah, I think that's right. If we've seen that we've all agreed to this, and therefore the deputation will be heard immediately prior to the item on Angus Alive. So we will be moving on, but the deputation will be heard later on in the day. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Can we, Councillor Scott.
I declare an interest in item 4 and I'll not be taking part and I'll be leaving.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Provost,
yes.
Could Councillor Scott just intimate the nature of her declaration of interest?
Great. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to declare an interest in agenda items 7 and 8, report 367 League 22 and 365 League 22. I am a director of Christie Golf Links Management Committee, and accordingly I will leave the meeting.
Great.
And not take part in the debate, obviously.
And not take part in the debate. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Braze.
Thanks, Provost. Not a declaration of interest, but a statement of transparency. I'm also a director of the CGLMC. I play a very different role in that organisation than Councillor Cheap, and I feel that I can stay in the meeting and take part in 7 and 8, items 7 and 8.
Great, thank you. Yes, you're new into that role, so that would seem logical. Any other declarations of interest? No. Thank you. Moving on to minutes of the Council Committee meetings. Are we agreeing that is a correct record, Angus Council of 8th September 2022? Thank you. And the minutes of the committees submit for information the minutes B to K. Are we agreeing on that? Thank you very much. And, moving on to motions. We have a motion in terms of Standing Order 25, overdose prevention, intervention and naloxone training. I hope I've pronounced that properly. My apologies, sincere apologies if I haven't. Councillor Donnell has submitted the motion. It's lovely to see this motion. I think I said in my first meeting, look, you know, if you've got a good motion, bring it forward. We'll support it. But you would, more importantly, you will take the credit for that motion. I'm standing by my what I've always felt about of council. So I just want to add that a little bit in. But you now have 5 minutes, and do you have a seconder as well?
Yes, I do have a seconder. It's Councillor Lois Speed.
Well, Councillor Lois Speed. Councillor Dornan, over to you. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm bringing this motion today to ask Angus Council to lead by example and support staff to undertake drug overdose intervention and prevention training. It's particularly important for staff who might be public facing, but any one of us might encounter someone who's suffering from the effects of a drug overdose. I also want to bring this motion to raise awareness and address stigma and myths that are attached to this subject. Most drug misuse deaths are caused by overdose and are preventable. Angus recorded 17 deaths in 2021, and of course there's a number of overdoses that are non-fatal which aren't recorded in this statistic. And the aims of this motion are to ensure that Angus Council staff feel supported and equipped to deal with such a situation if it were to arise. It's known that we're in a drugs crisis in Scotland, and the national average death rate from drug misuse per 100,000 population for Angus is 16.3, for neighbours in Dundee it's 45.2, and Perth and Kinross 18.3. The drug overdose and prevention training covers the administration of naloxone, which is fast-acting and can reverse an overdose from opioid use in less than a few minutes. It's easy to administer either via a nose spray or an injection, and it gives vital time for paramedics to arrive and take over the situation. If it's administered to someone who appears to be having an overdose but isn't, it's got minimal side effects and is low risk. Administering naloxone in the event of an overdose isn't a fix to the crisis as a whole, but until underlying issues of addiction are managed, this can be an effective preventative measure to reduce drug-related deaths. I feel very strongly it's vital to raise awareness of this training, which is free and available to everyone in Scotland, to ensure that as many people as possible are well equipped to act if they were to encounter such a situation. This is about staff welfare too, if they were to encounter such a situation. And consider this as you might CPR training or suicide awareness and prevention or any other first aid training. You never know when you might need it, but when you do need it, the situation is probably critical. Having the knowledge can help reduce trauma experienced by those that witness such an incident, as can have more confidence in knowing what steps they should take to help another person. As mentioned, the training not only covers how to administer naloxone, but also addresses common myths and misconceptions associated with dealing with a drug overdose. So not only does it teach the correct steps to take, it also ensures that people don't take action that might be more harmful in that situation. We know the strain that our health services are under, and we're going into an unknown situation this winter with multiple effects that are influencing people's lives and adding pressure. Over the past 2 years, access to public council buildings was more restricted, and this winter people will look to the council to provide warmth, shelter and support. So this could increase the likelihood of council staff being presented with an overdose situation. I've completed the training and carry naloxone. I know other councillors do, and I know that there's training that has taken place within the council. The training is free and it's available to everyone in Scotland. It takes an hour or less, and you can do it face-to-face or virtually. So we all need to act to support each other this winter, and this training, which takes an hour or less, can help save lives. So to conclude, I'd really like to see Angus Council lead by example in this area and support staff to take this training.
Councillor Speed.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to second the motion. Are you okay that I say a few words?
Of course, yes,
yeah,
yes,
okay.
yes, yeah.
I'm sure we all agree that one death is one death too many. Since undertaking my first naloxone training, I have been involved in a number of situations where having this training and recognising the signs of overdose and carrying this kit has been crucial. Thankfully, the persons involved have either recovered and come round on their own, or emergency responders have intervened. However, carrying naloxone and knowing it can save a life is better than not having it with you at all. And at a time when we are gradually seeing greater activity within our communities, as well as growing pressures, there has never been a better time to strengthen this work and build on the good work already carried out by this council. We need to remove any fear of using naloxone, either through injection or the nasal spray. There has never been any adverse reaction, and it doesn't do anything at all if given to someone who hasn't had an overdose. It's crucial that alongside this work, we continue to tackle the myths and stigma associated with drug use and drug death, because every life matters. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Is there any amendment? No. Councillor Bell, I saw your hand up first, then followed by Councillor Fairweather. Hold on a second. Does anyone else want any questions first? Questions first. David, Councillor Cheap's got a question as well. So these three people have got a question. Okay. Anyone else got further questions? Councillor Stewart. I feel I'm getting like Councillor King when he did scrutiny and audit. So that's fine. So with that in mind, we'll do the questions first. Councillor Julie Bell.
Oh, thank you, Provost. I warmly welcome this motion as a member of the Angus Drug and Alcohol Partnership and now chair of the Health and Social Care Partnership. Any death from a drug overdose is one too many, and like Councillor Speed, I carry my nasal spray version with me wherever I go, and most recently my old stock was replaced by Councillor Scott in her day job. This is a really powerful tool that in the community and in the front line of services can help to prevent avoidable deaths. And there's such a focus at Scottish Government level on tackling drug deaths. And of course, the underlying issue is poverty. And when you look at the most recent Director of Public Health report in Tayside, you'll see just how poverty pervades all our poor health outcomes in the area. So it's really important that we deliver on this. I just wondered if there was any detail on the lead agency in terms of delivering this. Who would be actually the point person, if you like, for delivering this if we were to accept the proposal, and how that ties in with the Alcohol and Drug Partnership. Thanks.
So we finally got the question.
Yeah.
I maybe direct that to Councillor Dorn.
I think that is something that could be explored. I mean, the training is available, as I mentioned, virtually. Anyone can go on and log on and do that virtually, or there's options to do it face-to-face as well that are there.
Great, thank you. A question from Councillor Fairweather. Comment. Okay. A question from Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I think mine will be pretty straightforward, but while supporting the idea of the motion, the practicalities of it, I'd just like to know from council officers, when we're actually saying for the council to commit to encouraging and supporting all staff, is that practical for them to do that?
Thanks, Councillor Cheap. Happy to answer that question. Through the Chief Officers Group, we would look at what training's available, when it's available, and obviously the exigencies of the service would come first, but to make sure that there was a rotation and people could go if they wished to learn more about naloxone and how to administer it.
Great, thank you. Is any further questions? So I'll now move over to... oh, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Stewart. I did have you down. Fire away with your question.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, while I'm supportive of this, I've just got a question in regard to, I hear what Councillor Dorn said in regards to it being relatively low risk to administer this. If there was something that happened to the person who had taken an overdose, would the person administering be held responsible in any way, or where do we sit with that? That was my only question. Thanks.
Yep, that's a good one, and this is treated as it would with any other situation relating to first aid, in that people would be encouraged to act as they are able to support the person in need. So with good intention, then there wouldn't be any repercussions there.
Thank you. So we'll now go back on to comments, which I think it would be Councillor Fairweather for his comment. And then, right, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Provost. I must admit that I did get a phone call from, it was Councillor Speed, asking me if I would come along to Fisheracre in Arbroath to do the training for this. And she was with Councillor Scott, who was doing the training. I must say, right, and I'll admit fully that I took a little bit of persuading tonight to take some time out to go down and do this. Anyway, Julie, I was persuaded, and I went down, and I was quite surprised just how easy it was. I think it didn't take me more than 15 minutes. All the procedures were explained to me, and the reasons that how this was a very good idea. I'm delighted that I took the training, and I would certainly ask everybody right here that to take time out and do that, because it could save a life in the future. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, everybody. And in my very not too distant past, I was a youth worker and worked with families in the volunteer sector, very vulnerable people, an awful lot of them addicted in some way. So I'm really, really moved by what you've done today, Heather, and the people supporting you. I take my hat off completely to you. I'm not going to go into great detail, but I'll promise to get myself along there and do some training, just the same as I did CPR training or any other first aid. So thank you for that opportunity, and well done.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's all. Oh, sorry, is there someone else? Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. I'd also like to offer my congratulations to Councillor Dorn for bringing this motion to the Council. I wholeheartedly agree with this motion. I myself have also had the naloxone training delivered by Councillor Scott whilst I was at the Wellbeing Cafe here in Forfar, where a lot of people with addiction and drug issues attend. I think when it comes to incorporating this into council premises and buildings, I can't see it being too difficult a process. We already have first aid kits. Well, most buildings also have AEDs or defibrillators, so it would just be a case of just adding that to the kit that we already have. Like other items that you'd find inside a first aid kit, that they have shelf lives and are date stamped to use by, it's exactly the same with the naloxone, whether it be the spray or the injection. So these can easily just be rotated round and added in as and when. And then similarly with the first aid training, as Councillor Dorn has pointed out, it can be done online, it can be done in person. There's a great deal of flexibility around that. I'm sure that it could be added on to e-learning for the staff, for the first aid trained staff members in each building. So again, I would just like to thank Councillor Dorn and Councillor Speed for bringing this motion, and I do support it.
Great, thank you. Any further comments? No, well done, Councillor Dorn, for bringing this motion, and your seconding from Councillor Speed. Well done to both of you. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move on to the second motion of the day, which is Councillor Bailey, where Councillor Fairweather has submitted the following motion, and just as I said to Councillor Dorn, you have 5 minutes, and ask at this point in time who your seconder will be as well. Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, my seconder will be Councillor Vaughan.
Thank you.
Okay, right, thank you all, and thank you, colleagues. You've got the motion in front of you, and I'm sure you've read 1, 2 and 3, which gives the details of what this is about. Colleagues, today we have a chance to honour an exceptional person by giving him the title of Bailey. That person is Councillor Ronnie Proctor. This is non-political. This is an unpaid post. This is about if required. If required, he performs civic duties only if requested by the Provost or the Deputy Provost, if they are not available or they see fit to delegate. I believe actually that already this may have happened. Can I just say a little bit about Councillor Proctor? Councillor Proctor, a major in the Black Watch, a community councillor, a councillor for Kirriemuir and Dean, and the Provost of Angus, but also much, much more. There is probably not another person in this room that can boast the achievements of this individual in his lifetime, or her lifetime. Such was his devotion to his role as Provost. When COVID hit, I was in our offices down at the Cross, and I basically had to drag him out of his office to send him home. I hope today the new leader and an impartial Provost and all members support this motion today. Thank you.
Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Fairweather, for bringing this motion as well. And I would just like to say, as a colleague of Councillor Proctor for the last 5 years, and obviously into this term as well, so 5.5 years, I think you did an exemplary job as a Provost, as you're doing, Councillor Boyd, Provost Boyd. I can't see any reason why this would be seen as a challenge to give him the title of Bailey. He worked extremely hard during the 5-year tenure. I don't think he missed many Provost functions or duties, civic duties that were asked of him, and I really believe that he's deserving of this. Such as if Councillor King had still been here, I would have been saying the same thing about Councillor King. So I would just like to hope that we can find unity and support with all the councillors here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wan. Bear with me a minute. Is there any amendments? Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost.
And do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do.
Right.
Councillor Meehan.
Right, okay.
Thank you. First of all, by bringing an amendment to this motion, I mean absolutely no disrespect to Councillor Proctor. But I must admit, when I saw it first, I was scratching my head a little bit, as I'm sure many others were. People across Angus are facing the bleakest of winters with food, energy and mortgage costs soaring. Similarly, we only need to look at the medium-term budget strategy paper later in this agenda to understand the scale of the challenge faced by the Council itself over the next few years. And yet, the most pressing issue facing our friends in opposition is how to reinstate an archaic honorary title for one of their team. Now, I have absolutely no issue with Councillor Proctor, and I congratulate him on all his work he's done. And indeed, members will recall that during the statutory meeting in May, this administration asked Ronnie, against convention, to continue with the role of veteran spokesperson, despite him now being in opposition. That was in recognition for his previous work in the role and as a measure of the collaborative approach our team strive to take in local government. When we took over administration in May, however, we also pledged to modernise and trim the civic function. This included dispensing with the Provost's car, which we felt was an unnecessary expense, and cutting down on officer time spent supporting the Provost and Deputy Provost roles. This was a proportionate and appropriate action given the current circumstances. Members, we have many much more important matters to deal with today, so I ask you to support the amendment and move on with decisions that matter to the people of Angus today. Thank you.
And your seconder? Councillor Meechan.
Thank you, Provost. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Whiteside on this. I cannot support the return of an archaic hierarchical appointment system which was rightly abolished by the Local Government Act in 1973. I think the days of tugging your forelock to those betters has gone and should remain as it has been abolished. I second the amendment.
Thank you. And Councillor Whiteside, I was remiss and didn't ask you what maybe officers can help me on this one on the technical side of it.
Yes, Councillor White, through you, Provost, just in terms of the amendment, is it to take no action? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Will we go to the vote, or does anyone want to ask any questions or comments? Let's go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Scott. Yes.
Turn this on. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Provost. I'm really struggling with this motion today, and it's no disrespect to Ronnie at all, but given the current situation with the cost of living crisis affecting every one of our residents, many of whom are frightened and worried about how they'll get through this winter, and not to mention the deficit, many of my constituents have passed comment on this motion, and the general consensus is that they voted for me to get on with the job in hand, supporting our communities, and not to hand out honorary titles that have been disposed of. So I'm aware there's no financial impact to this motion. However, we've already appointed a provost and deputy provost, so I see no need for us to have a bailie. I mean, no disrespect to you, Councillor Proctor. This is not personal. I just think the timing's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fairweather. Are you, at this point in time, it's either you have to sum up, or is that yes? You're not allowed a second.
Yeah, I'll just sum up very quickly. I'm gobsmacked. I'm absolutely gobsmacked here. This is an unpaid post. This will affect nobody. This will give the opportunity when the provost and deputy provost aren't available, or something that may come up that is more suitable for somebody who is the forces champion, right to do so. A title, who cares about a title? But the fact is, a bailie will be able, to take on civic duties. This should be celebrated by us all today, right? That Ronnie Proctor, for all the work that he has done for Angus Council, for all the work that he has done for the whole of Angus, be bestowed that honour at no cost. I am absolutely shocked that this is going to a vote. Go to the vote, please, Provost.
I think I'll decide when I go to the vote. Any further? No, sorry, he's made his comment. Sorry, keep me right on the technicalities of this. Was that the summing up?
Yes, Provost. Following summing up, we go straight to the vote.
So we go straight to the vote. Right.
Thank you, Provost. The motion by Councillor Fairweather, seconded by Councillor Wan, is in terms of the published agenda. The amendment by Councillor Whiteside, seconded by Councillor Meehan, is that the Council takes no action with the motion. Please vote motion or amendment. Provost?
Amendment.
Deputy Provost?
Amendment.
Councillor Beattie?
Amendment.
Councillor Bell?
Amendment.
Councillor Braze?
Amendment.
Councillor Cheap?
Amendment.
Councillor Cowdy?
Amendment.
Councillor Devine?
Amendment.
Councillor Doran?
Amendment.
Councillor Duff?
Amendment.
Councillor Fairweather?
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham?
Motion.
Councillor Gall?
Motion.
Councillor Gregg?
Motion.
Councillor MacDonald?
Amendment.
Councillor McLaren?
Motion.
Councillor Meehan?
Amendment.
Councillor Melville?
Amendment.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl?
Motion.
Councillor Louise Nicholl? Councillor Proctor?
Motion.
Councillor Scott? Okay. Councillor Shepherd?
Amendment.
Councillor Speed?
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart?
Motion.
Councillor Wan?
Motion.
And Councillor Whiteside.
Amendment.
Provost, the motion has 10 votes, the amendment has 16 votes, the amendment is carried.
Right.
Clarification, Provost.
Yes.
Provost, that's the last time we'll call you Provost. I wish to clarify the following. Councillor Boyd, I will no longer refer to you as a Provost until you begin to act like one. This decision today shames Angus Council. I record my dissent. I will remove myself from this room as a protest to this disgraceful pettiness from the SNP and the two stooges that they've got. I'll go before I say anything more that I regret.
Yep. Standards Commission.
Disgraceful conduct, Councillor Fairweather.
I actually was about to say to the leader of the opposition that, and I still stand by that because I am an honourable person, though Councillor Fairweather clearly thinks that I'm not. I was going to be saying we do move forward with, and I do want to have a meeting with yourself and with Beth to see what we can do for Provost. Well, I'm still thinking of you as Provost, for Ronnie. Hey, known Ronnie for a long time. So I've got no I'd like to think that this is back to what I've been saying, and he's the main instigator of this. If you've got a good motion, I'll support it. That's what I said in my first 2 sentences when I stood forward. That was a good motion, and it was all backed by everyone. Let's stop the petty politics now and move forward. So what I would like to do is have some meeting, and it's really good he's left the meeting for the rest of the day, and we can work with you, we can work with Beth, because there are other provosts that deserve this, and let's see what we can do, whether it be honours of street names or honours of whatever. I've naturally thought about it all overnight. There are other ways to do this, Councillor Proctor, and I will work with both the leaders and see if we can move forward. Thank you. Maybe this is for another time. I'm just thinking aloud with the standing orders. Was that not disrespectful to the Provost?
Not just the Provost,
but to everyone. So that's why it's a standing orders commission. Thank you. Just so keeping me right. So moving on to appointments. Angus Licensing Board and Civic Licensing Committee. Councillor Fotheringham has intimated his resignation from Angus Licensing Board and Civic Licensing Committee. Councillor Gavin Nicholl has intimated his resignation from Angus Licensing Board and Licensing Committee. The Council is asked to note that any other further vacancies remains on Angus Licensing Board and Civic Licensing Committee. Following the resignation of Councillor Fairweather, he's great at resigning, isn't he? The Council did not fill these vacancies at the meeting on the 30th of June 2022. As these vacancies are from the opposition, I ask Councillor Wan, as leader of the opposition, if he has any names for each vacancy and ask for seconders. Councillor Wan.
Very quickly, no.
And that's for all 3 places. Okay, thank you. Therefore, we move on, and if they're not filled by the opposition, then we ask for nominations from any other member. I think I'll start with the non-aligned and ask them, have they... You're already on it. Councillor Doran or Councillor Speed? Or I know you're both busy people, but I just thought I would put that over to you first of all. And therefore, coming round to Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to nominate Councillor Clark for one of the positions if the opposition have no members to put forward. And I would like to nominate yourself, Councillor Boyd, if there's still vacancies. That leaves 1 vacancy, and I would ask any member who wishes to take the opportunity. I think it's a civic duty of us to fill the committees, and I think it's very disappointing that we don't have any members, further members of the opposition that are willing to fill the roles. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, adding to my busy time. Councillor
Provost,
Duff.
could I just ask for both these nominations for Councillor Clark, Councillor, and for yourself, Provost, to be seconded?
Sorry. Councillor Braze has put his hand up first, the first hand that I saw.
For both.
And Councillor Meachin as well. Yeah, you got...
One second for each, so is it
right,
Councillor
okay. So
Braze?
yeah, Councillor Bell for one of them, and Councillor Meachin for my one. And Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I mean, it's slightly concerning that the main opposition group, by my mass, has only got 1 position on this 10-person committee.
Yeah.
We are paid as councillors, and we're paid to do a job. I think it's a poor show that the main opposition group of 10 people can only find one person to serve on a non-political committee. I think it's frankly disgraceful, and I think that people of Angus will not look very favourably upon the fact that the opposition group are not putting anyone up to support, I think, Councillor Gregg, who is the one member of the opposition who is on this committee. I think it's disgraceful.
Any further comments on that? Councillor Breeze.
I would agree entirely with Councillor Duff. They really need to question their decision that none of them, apart from Councillor Gregg, is prepared to serve on this very important quasi-judicial, non-political committee.
Councillor Stewart.
To serve on this committee, but because I'm a licence holder in Angus, that prevents me.
Can I ask for a technicality on that? Because and this is why I was questioning what I do. I'm not getting at you, Tommy. He could still be, because you're a taxi driver, you would just have to exclude yourself when we're talking about things that are relevant. It's like me with my holiday letting business, Tommy. So we could take you on, you just need to, just like I'll have to do if I'm on it, it would need me to leave when we're talking about holiday lets and charges for holiday lets. So I'd love you to come on if that's possible.
Well, the previous, the woman that was in the position before Mrs Buchanan, she told me there was no way I could go on the licensing committee.
I'll ask the person that's now in control now.
Through yourself, Provost,
Yes.
I suspect it's because of the frequency that would arise, Councillor Stewart. So I would see that being a potential issue. And in terms of the code, it does say that if it is going to be an ongoing issue, then you should consider your appointment.
But that's only if it's an ongoing issue.
Well, I suspect taxi licence matters come up quite frequently, Provost.
Yeah. Well, you would just abstain from that time and leave the room, just like we leave when you got a declaration of interest. No. Okay. Okay. Councillor Nicholl. We'll go for Councillor Nicholl at the back.
I was going to say that I also can't take the role because I'm licensed.
Your licence holder, you said. And Councillor Nicholl?
Yeah, it was just the same. I came off the committee because it wasn't due to political reasons or anything, but some of my colleagues have been trying to persuade me, after being on it for 5 years and having gone through the training, I should really rejoin. And after the uprising we've had there just now, I wasn't sure whether it would be welcome or not, but
you would be most welcome. You'd be most welcome, Gavin.
So I'd be prepared to go back on if that was acceptable.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Nicholl. You did an excellent job of it in the past, so there's no reason to think why you couldn't do that now. Thank you.
Provost,
So
could I
keep me
just
right.
ask for that
Yes, so keep me
nomination
right.
to be formally moved and seconded, just in terms of process?
Yes, so you're moving the motion, and a seconder?
I'll second it.
Thank you, thank you. So we now have a full complement. That's great. Thank you very much indeed. Right, moving on to convener of civic licensing. The council is asked to note that Councillor Durno has resigned as convener of civic licensing, and the council is asked, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 7/4, to appoint a convener, with the election being held in accordance with Standing Order 6/3. Asking for nominations.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to nominate the current Vice Convener, Councillor Meehan.
Right, and do you have a seconder? Councillor Duff? Okay. Is there any other nominations? Oh, Councillor Wan. Councillor Gavin Nicholl. And do you have a seconder? Councillor Councillor Proctor. Okay. Do we go to the vote on that? I've got another technical question. Is that financially competent, or is Mr. Nicholl happy to go on because a vice convener would receive a remuneration. Pardon me? Oh, you're putting forward as convener, and therefore that would... No, it doesn't then. Sorry, it doesn't.
Sorry, Provost.
Right.
Yes, we're dealing simply with the appointment of the vacancy on convenership, and any other matters ancillary to that can be dealt with separately to the motion on amendment. So,
okay, right. So my apologies, I'm just getting slightly mixed up. So this COVID injection yesterday has not helped me. So we're going to the vote on convener of... Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Provost. So the motion by Councillor Whiteside, seconded by Councillor Duff, is to move the appointment of Councillor Meehan as convener of Civic Licensing Committee. Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Proctor, has moved the appointment of Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Could members vote for either Councillors Meehan or Councillor Gavin Nicholl? Provost.
Councillor Meehan.
Deputy Provost.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Beattie.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Bell.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Braze.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Cheap.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Cowdy.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Doran.
I'm not going to vote on this one.
Councillor Duff.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Councillor Gall. Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Melville.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Proctor.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Shepherd.
Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart.
That's one for the civic licence and no vote.
Councillor Wan. And Councillor Whiteside.
Councillor Meehan.
Provost, Councillor Meehan has 16 votes. Councillor Gavin Nicholl has 8 votes. Councillor Meehan is appointed convener of Civic Licensing Committee, and consequently there is a vacancy for vice convener of that committee.
So, do we have nominations for vice convener of civic licensing? Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. Can I nominate Councillor Melville, please?
Yeah, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Braze, is it? Yes. Okay, do we have any other nominations for vice? Councillor Wan. Sorry? Thank you. And seconded? Cheers, Ronnie. So, again, am I going too fast for you, Donald? Is it all okay? Good. Cool. We're getting used to this now, aren't we? Right, so let's go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Whiteside is seconded by Councillor Braze, has moved the appointment of Councillor Melville as vice convener of Civic Licensing Committee. Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Proctor, has moved the appointment of Councillor Gregg as vice convener. Please vote either Councillor Melville or Councillor Gregg. Provost.
Councillor, sorry, who are the two again?
Councillor Melville and Councillor Gregg.
Councillor Melville.
Deputy Provost.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Beattie.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Bell.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Braze.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Cheap.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Cowdy.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Doran.
Councillor Gregg.
Councillor Duff.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Councillor Gregg.
Councillor Gall. Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Councillor Gregg.
Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Proctor.
Councillor Gregg.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Shepherd.
Councillor Melville.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart.
No vote.
Councillor Wan. And Councillor Whiteside.
Councillor Melville.
Provost, Councillor Melville has received 16 votes. Councillor Gregg has received 9 votes. Councillor Melville is appointed Vice Convener of Civic Licensing Committee.
Thank you. Development Standards Committee, appointment of Vice Convener. The Council is asked to note that the Councillor Beattie has resigned as Vice Convener of the Development Standards Committee, and the Council is asked, in accordance with provisions of Standing Order 7/4, to appoint Vice Convener, with the election being held in accordance with Standing Order 6/3. Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to nominate Councillor Darno.
And a seconder? Councillor Beattie. Do we have any other nominations? Okay, thank you. So, no need for a vote on this one. Right, possible exclusion of public and press before we move on to Carnoustie Golf provision and so on. I'm just, are we agreeing to this? Yeah, okay. But before they go, you will be allowed to come back in after it for number 8. But before, in case I forget, I'd just like to congratulate Mike Wells on his on the Courier Business Awards for Leisure, Tourism and Hospitality winner. Well done, Mike, and the team. Of course, it is a team effort, but I didn't think I would want to not get the chance when there's been so many praises for others today. We should maybe do praise for Mike Wells as well. Thank you very much. Right, so number 8 on the agenda, Canista Golf Provision Future Arrangements Update. We want to submit the joint report, but do we have any comments or questions to start with? Councillor MacDonald.
Based on what we've been advised, I just wanted to highlight paragraph 6.3 on page 53 and just ask, it says, for the avoidance of doubt, elected members will be asked to approve the consultation before it begins and will require to have the results of that consultation available to inform their final decision on which option to implement. I just wanted to highlight that was something that we were looking to do and it was planned for, and just to see if there was any more detail around that from any officers.
Ian? Jackie, sorry. Yes, sorry.
Through yourself,
yes, thank you.
Provost, we're just not in a position as yet to provide the... We're just not in a position yet in terms of being able to go forward with the consultation, but as soon as we are, we'll do that, bring the detail to elected members so that we can take that forward.
Okay, any other questions or comments about the reports? No, thank you very much indeed. Right, we'll move on swiftly to number 9, Public Bodies Climate Change Duties, Angus Council's Annual Report 2021 to 22, and I think it'll be Alison Smith. Oh, it's not, my apologies, no, Director of Environment Committee.
Thanks very much, Provost.
My apologies.
This report presents the annual mandatory reporting to the Scottish Government, which evidences Angus Council's compliance and progress in meeting its climate change duties. It leads quite nicely on from the recent report that was presented to you, which outlined the Council's Net Zero Action Plan. However, this report in front of you today actually scrutinises the Council's past performance over the 2021-22 period. The submission itself is a comprehensive technical report. That has to be in a standard template that's submitted to Scottish Government. We cannot change that. For that reason, officers have prepared a detailed summary report to make this more accessible both for yourselves, partner agencies and communities, and that will be published on the Council's website. Council today is requested to approve the contents of the technical report for submission to the Scottish Government as our mandatory reporting, and the summary report for publication on the Council's website. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Beattie to start with. Any other questions? Councillor Cheap. Councillor Cheap. Any other questions? That's fine. We'll start with Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Provost. Just a quick question. On page 56 of the report, it says that, let's have a look. It says that our carbon emissions have reduced by minus 2.5%. But on page 69, it says minus 52.5%. Could you just tell me which value that... That was my question.
All right.
Yeah.
Accountants coming out here.
I think it's minus 52.5%.
You're getting into the technical detail, which I'm not going to profess to be an expert in. My colleague Karen, who drafted the report, has a very technical mind in terms of the calculations and how how they end up with the percentages that are there. They are the correct percentages. It's down to how it's calculated against the baseline year and the reduction detail. So what I'll do is I'll get a technical response to you on that. And I say a technical response, but a summary technical response that outlines that to you, rather than me trying take you through that, when I think it was much clearer to come back to you on that, if that's okay. Yes, that will certainly be an issue to all members.
I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure they are the same thing. I think it's a typo.
Okay, I'll double check with officers, yeah. I've just a clarification from one of my other officers that it is the 52.5%.
Okay. Any further questions? Right, moving on to comments. Any hands up for comments? No. So, do we? This report is for. Sorry, my apologies. Recommendations are from 1 to 3. Are we approving? Agreed. Great. Thank you. Number 10, medium-term budget strategy 2023 to 24 to 2025, 26. Director of Finance.
Thank you, Provost. Good afternoon, members. I'm just quickly trying to scroll through the pages here. My laptop seems to have gone AWOL. Just bear with me a second. Yes, so I think this is easily the most alarming and probably depressing report that I've ever had to bring to the Council. The scale of the financial challenge facing us is truly daunting. It's well beyond anything that we've faced before. We enter, I'm going to call it what it is. It's a period of financial crisis, having already had to cut tens of millions of pounds from our budget in previous years. That's pretty well documented. So our ability to roll with the punches of these latest challenges is very limited indeed. Inflation is doing, and until it comes down to what I would call more normal levels, it will continue to do huge damage to our finances, which will inevitably and unfortunately require large cuts to the services, to the staffing that we have, and I think large rises in the fees and charges that the Council levies. I think such decisions, those type of decisions, are unavoidable unless there is a huge injection of additional money through government grant to effectively cushion the impact of inflation. I think such an injection seems highly unlikely, really because of the wider challenges in the economy and some of the wider challenges facing the public finances generally, and those have been covered well in recent weeks. The Bank of England has raised interest rates again today to try and deal with the inflation impact. So as I say, we've been covered very well in previous reports. We have saved £78 million in the last 10 years. That is an enormous sum of money, around 26% of the budget. That's what we've already done. So the prospect of making savings on a further scale, as outlined in this report, is really pretty frightening. The report suggests further savings of at least another 48 million over the next 3 years, but it could be as high as 68 million over that period. Our central assumption, what we call our baseline assumption, is a gap of about 52 million over that three-year period. That 52 million is the equivalent of stopping entirely many of our largest service areas. We can't legally do that, so that's theoretical rather than practical. But what it will mean is that spending reductions will have to apply pretty much across the board. I do want members to know that the projections of the future funding gaps in this report, they're in no way an overly pessimistic view of the world by an accountant. They are obviously an accountant's view, but actually some of the assumptions that we've made in this report are perhaps on the optimistic side of what may happen. And there's a couple of particular risks that I wanted to flag to members in introducing this report. Two areas where the position could conceivably be worse. One is in relation to Scottish Government grant allocations to the Council. Now, we've covered that in paragraph 5.3 within the report. We have based our assumptions on that our grant allocation from government will be what's called flat cash, basically the same money as last year. That would still be a real terms cut because of the impact of inflation. But we know that there are big pressures on the public finances. So there is, I guess, a possibility that flat cash may indeed not transpire, and it could potentially be worse than that. As we've outlined in paragraph 5.3. I'm very much hoping that isn't the case, but I'm flagging it as a risk. Pay inflation is also a risk. The pay deal for non-teaching staff has been agreed for the current financial year, but the teaching staff deal remains to be settled. And if that was to cost more than what we've currently assumed, then that would add to the gaps in this paper. We've also assumed something of the order of 4% for next financial year. Now, if inflation's still running at double digits, or certainly well beyond 4% next year, I think it will be difficult to necessarily get agreement at that level. So those are two significant risks that, if they were to come forward, would increase the gaps rather than reduce them. So decisions about the service cuts and the increases in council tax and any charges and all of those things, those aren't for today, those are for the budget setting process next year, and those would obviously all be decisions for yourselves as councillors to make. But I think it's pretty obvious that the budget setting that we'll undertake early next calendar year, it seems to me likely, inevitable rather, that it will include measures and options that none of us would ever really have wished to bring forward, but we won't have any choice. So it's pretty grim reading, councillors. I'm sorry that that's the position. It's really the damage that is being done by the inflationary impacts on our budgets as set out in the report. And I'm happy at that point, Provost, to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from anyone? Councillor, first will be Councillor Ian Gall. Hold on. Councillor Wan. Councillor Gregg. Any other questions? No, that's fine. Therefore, Councillor Ian Gall.
Thanks. Just a wee context to my question. Thanks, Provost. Mr. Lorimer, thank you for your report. We found ourselves very much in the hangover phase of the pandemic, global cost of living crisis matched with significant inflationary burdens. Russia announced that they are withdrawn from the grain corridor in November, and that saw the global futures market react with a significant price jump and ultimately finding its way to everyone's pockets and fuel and inflation. You've mentioned in the report about local authorities' budgets having statutory and ring-fenced aspects, which makes these savings focused in even smaller areas of the council budget. Mr Lorimer, without a new settlement from the Scottish Government, do you think we could get to a point where our budget is not fit for purpose, and as the council we cannot provide the minimum services and provisions to an acceptable level for the people of Angus, and also see capital projects stalled?
Thank you, through you, Provost. Thank you for the question, Councillor Gall. Yeah, I think we're reaching a very difficult position. We worked very hard and have over the last number of years to deliver the savings that have been required to balance the budget. As I said in my introduction there, the challenge ahead is even more significant. So it will be a challenge for us to I suppose, meet the almost conflicting statutory duties that we have. So we have a statutory duty to set a balanced budget, but we also have multiple other statutory duties that we need to comply with. And I think it will become increasingly difficult for us to achieve both of those measures. But we have a number of things that we're looking at to try and do that. But that risk with each budget that passes increases. In relation to capital will need to be looked at again as part of the budget setting in terms of what's affordable. The knock-on consequences of borrowing for capital purposes, they impact the revenue budget. So the less borrowing you do to fund capital, the less borrowing debt charges that you have to pay. So that would also be part of what we'll look at. Hope that answers your question.
Are you happy with that? Oh, no worries. Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost. We've heard a lot this week in the newspapers from our SNP colleagues in the administration of the black hole of 51 million, which you've put down now in your papers for us to discuss today. It's not a good place, as we know. It's extremely worrying, I think, for all councillors in the chamber. I've heard several times, though, about the council tax, and it'll have to be looked seriously this year. You know, we've got to look at everything, but and we've also been told that it's nothing to boast about being the second lowest in mainland Scotland. But I assume Councillor Duff was obviously conveniently forgotten that for the several or more years we could not increase council tax under their leaders' rules, which I believe is a short-sighted move, and now it's going to put a huge imposition onto our constituents if we do have to look at some kind of tremendous increase. We see that there's an increase of 3.8 million in staff wages, still no agreement on teachers' wages increase that you've said. We've got an assumed position of 50 million over the 3 years for ongoing wage increases. We've got 6.6 million increase to IGB over the 3 years due to demographic changes. The list goes on and on. Our group on the opposition, our group on the opposition side here take the matter seriously, and as I'm sure all of our councillor colleagues do, we will of course work with our finance director and his team to assist where possible with these decisions, none which will be easy. But please be under no illusion, we will be wanting to scrutinise the proposals put forward by the SNP administration, and I'm sure you expect that. But under these circumstances, we'd like to offer our hand as an opposition group to the administration to ensure that Angus Council in some form manage to get through these hard times, and we would press our new leader to speak with the SNP government in Edinburgh to ensure, where possible and through COSLA, that we do receive adequate funding. My question is, and I want to apologise for us, and again I have asked a couple of times in separate committees, what advice was our leader, Councillor Beth Whiteside, given by the Council or Finance Director in the papers when she attended COSLA and agreed to the 5% increase in staff wages? Because as we can now see, the money wasn't in the budget. The Council probably can't really afford this. We do want to ensure that everybody is given fair wages, but we still don't know what position. Was it the position of the last administration at 1.5 with additional 0.5%? And is there any chance of getting an answer on that, Ian? Thank you.
Again through
yes, yep.
So yeah, again through you Provost. I think Councillor Vaughan brought that question forward at Policy and Resources, and I undertook to bring forward an answer as part of the further report that's to come forward in relation to the pay award. The reality of pay, although we had budgeted for 1.5%, we also for the current financial year, we also balanced the budget for the current year using just under £4 million of reserve. So we didn't actually have an ongoing means of funding the pay deal. So in reality, what we could afford in pay was nil. So anything beyond that was always going to be a difficulty. But I think I would stick with the answer that I gave at Policy and Resources. I am bringing a further report which will spell out in detail, because it is a complex pay deal and the funding is complex too. I'll spell all of that out in that separate report and outline the position at that point. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you.
And just a
yep,
slight
I'll allow a supplementary.
Not really supplementary. I just want to say this, that we are willing to work with them on the budget on this, and that's to every councillor here, because I believe we have a duty to ensure that the council is in a great financial or a good financial position.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Wan. Councillor Gregg.
All right, thank you, Provost. With reference to page 98 on the capital project priority list, how much room is there for manoeuvre within the majority of the items that are listed on here, particularly things that are agreed priority projects? There are quite significant sums in many of these things, so can some of these, ultimately it's going to be pretty much a drop in the ocean, but every little helps, so to speak. So how much room is there for manoeuvre within these? Can some of these things be completely postponed? Can they be trimmed back? What would be the position with these?
Yep, again through you, Provost. Yeah, it will depend on the current status of an individual project. So if it's reached the point of being legally committed and we've signed contracts, etc., that's effectively gone. But anything that hasn't quite reached that stage potentially could be revisited. Now, I can't put a number on that as we sit here today, but we will be looking as part of the budget process at all of these existing commitments and reassessing whether they remain affordable. We do an annual, as part of the Prudential Code on capital, we have to confirm that our capital plans are affordable, prudent and sustainable, so we'll do that as part of the 23-24 budget setting and review these existing capital projects as part of that. So there will be an opportunity to revisit anything that hasn't reached the legal commitment stage.
Are you content with that?
May I just come back to a point?
I'll let you have it.
Thank you, Provost. The thing that mostly stuck out on there for me was the future burial provision for Arbroath. prior to being elected, I was a funeral arranger, so that's why that one jumped out at me. There's on this form, there's about almost the best part of £70,000 is being spent on that. But as I said, from my previous position as a funeral arranger, I know that the burials in Angus continue to drop year on year. And through a little bit of looking at bits I've done, I've spoken to some people within the cemeteries department, and currently, as of a week ago in Angus, there were 10,285 full layers available for the public. So they were layers that hadn't already been purchased, so that was layer space. When you purchase a piece of ground for burial, that gives you space for 3 coffins and 4 sets of cremated remains in that one piece of ground. In the year 2020-21 in Angus, there were 1,467 deaths. Of that, 549 were buried. Year on year, for some of the figures I've got for the past 10 years, it's showing that for burials within Angus, Angus-wide, there's an average 400 a year. The vast majority of those will then go for cremation. There will be 1 or 2 that will then leave the area to go to either Aberdeenshire, Dundee, Perth, or further afield, depending on the family's wishes. But basically what I'm saying here is that that £70,000 on future burial position could be completely, if it's not already reached a point where we're legally obliged to do so, that's an immediate saving over the space of the next few years. With over 10,000 burial spaces left available and having 400 a year over the course of the next 5 years, then surely that's quite a significant saving that could be had.
Thanks,
Yes.
Provost. I couldn't possibly hope to match Councillor Gregg's knowledge of the details around burial provision. I was just having a look at the existing capital budget. So there's 141,000 that is programmed at the moment for financial year 24-25. So that would be up for reconsideration as part of this year's budget in terms of whether that would still be required on the basis of the information you've suggested there. But perhaps it's not. So I am happy to have the discussion with the service about whether that indeed is still required as a budget provision. I do know in relation to that a provision has been in the budget for many, many years, but never actually been called upon. It tends to be pushed out further. So I hope that provides some reassurance. We'll certainly look at it again. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Moving on to comments. Councillor Duff. Any other comments? Councillor Whiteside. We'll start with these two. Some people can come in with others after that. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. And probably just to correct Councillor Wan, that the report isn't an SNP report. It's an officer report, and just for the sake of clarity. I'd like to thank Ian Lorimer and Gillian Woodcock for this paper. I'd also like to thank Jane Stork for issuing an excellent press release which covered the key points in a very timely manner last Friday. I'm afraid I'm going to play bad cop to Ian Lorimer's bad cop on this one. The paper lays bare the stark financial situation Angus Council faces. We had an announcement yesterday from the Deputy First Minister, John Swinney, about a necessary contraction of the Scottish Government budget, and we wait with trepidation the November 17 statement by the UK Chancellor. I think the Treasury are already flagging up tax rises and service cuts. Today, and I've just had to change this from when I wrote it, today the Bank of England has raised interest rates by the largest amount in 30 years to 3%. With much of the additional pressure on the council, budget can be put down to global events. We can't underestimate the carnage caused by the 45-day experiment of Trussonomics. The UK, let's remember what happened. The UK government sacked the senior civil servant in the Treasury. It failed to allow the Office of Budget Responsibility to review the mini-budget. and proposed to borrow enormous sums to fund tax cuts for the richest and income tax cuts for everyone else. The market result was a crashing pound, a run in government gilts, and the increase in borrowing costs that will affect all households and Angus Council. Pension schemes were in a liquidity crisis, and the Bank of England had to take emergency measures to calm the situation. And it was clear the government and the Bank of England were pulling in different directions.
Councillor Duff, I'm conscious of the time on this.
I'll move
Thank
on
you.
quickly to Angus. The Economist compared the chaos in the UK to Italy, and the UK has become, I think, an international laughingstock. However, we're now told that the grown-ups are back in control of the UK financial system, so let's hope so. Meanwhile, in Angus, we had an election this year, and the Fairweather Coalition was replaced by an SNP independent administration. Those of us in the SNP group did not take on the administration with any doubt that the financial position bequeathed to us by the previous administration was anything other than awful. It was perfectly clear that the gap to be bridged for 23-24 was of the order of £12 million earlier this year. Now, due to inflation and other unavoidable overspends, we're looking at a gap of 23 million for 23-24, and as Mr Lorimer said, 52 million over the next 3 years. As a result, SNP candidates in the May election made no promises, as we knew the financial outlook for Angus was bleak. We fought the election on values and ethos, and we clearly won the election, winning 4 additional seats and increasing our vote share. In contrast, our opposition were trumpeting the fact...
Councillor Duff, that's well past. Sorry, I'll stop you now. That's well past the time that's allocated. Okay. The next question was from Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost. I just wanted to come back in response to Councillor Wan. He's a couple of times made reference to my position on pay awards. As Mr Lorimer alluded to, there was a pay gap. There was a gap in our finances for pay awards before we got to the 3% position. And through COSLA and through my position in the leaders group in COSLA and feeding back to the Scottish Government, we made it clear that we thought council workers deserved more than 3%, but that councils could not fund any more. And that is why the additional portion of the pay award was funded by the Scottish Government. I'll continue to make my views known, but I would also appreciate if perhaps members of the Conservative Party could do the same with their party in Westminster, who have been the source of a lot of the troubles that we're facing at the moment. Additionally, if we had pressed for the 3.7% offer to go ahead, I don't think there was any hope in hell of that being accepted, and we would have faced extensive disruption to our residents and across the council. So I'm very pleased that we managed to get a higher offer for our council staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr Lorimer, could you just confirm? I don't think the Scottish Government did actually contribute to the extra amount that was required. They contributed to a part of that, but Councillor Whiteside seemed to make out that it was the full amount.
Provost, yeah, this is partly why I want to bring the report that I've mentioned a few times on pay, because there is complexity. There's additional funding from the Scottish Government, but that doesn't cover the whole of the additional cost. But I'll explain that in the further report to come.
And that's coming to P&R?
The intention is to bring that to P&R, yeah.
Thank you. Are you happy that that comes to P&R?
I'm delighted that comes to P&R. I'm obviously a bit concerned that our leader wasn't actually aware of that, but thank you.
Do we have any comments? Councillor Melville.
Thank you, Provost. I want to start by paying tribute to Mr Lorimer and the team for the amount of work that they've put in preparing this very sobering report. I think it's clear to all of us that we've got very significant challenges ahead, challenges that this administration will not shrink from. But I am a bit surprised by some of the comments from the Conservatives today. I appreciate Councillor Wan extending the hand of collaboration in terms of the budget, but let's not kid ourselves that asking the Scottish Government, which itself has a fixed budget which has been cut by the Tories since they came to power in 2010, is actually a solution. Because to come here and lay the blame on the Scottish Government after what the Conservatives have done to the economy is beyond belief. Because of Tory policies, the value of the pound has plummeted. Because of Tory policies, the Scottish budget is worth £1.7 billion less
Watch your time,
than it
please.
was. I am.
Good.
And of course, because of Tory policies, including a Tory Brexit, Scottish exports have slumped by £2.2 billion. That's a £47 million hit to the people of Angus on a pro rata basis. That is the reality, Provost. It's Tory economic policies that are hammering our finances and plunging families and children into poverty. I don't know how Councillor Wan or a single member of the opposition group can come here and seriously try to defend that.
Councillor Braze.
Yes, thanks. Yes, it is a very sobering report, but thank you very much for it anyway, Mr. Lorimer. The thing is, though, we may be in a financial crisis. I think we all realise that we are. But this, so far, is still under our control as a group of 28 elected members. We still are able, if we put our minds to it, to deal with this financial crisis. But if we kick the can down the road and don't make the hard choices, then very soon we will land up in a cash flow crisis. And that's a whole different beast. Financial crises we can deal with. Cash flow crises, they're out with our control, because all we will be doing is making bad long-term decisions in order to get cash in to pay bills, and we mustn't find ourselves in that position. We really have to deal with this now. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
I'll be very, very succinct, as you'll be very pleased to hear. I congratulate the team of officers for doing what they did, and you'll not be surprised to hear that. I'm also really pleased to hear what you said, Derek, and I welcome that. Thank you. There's something that I just wanted to say, and I'm not going to repeat anything that anybody said, and you'll be glad to hear it. But just on page 80, there's something at the very bottom of that page, and it says here, council tax pays for only 19% of the net cost of council services. I'm not sure that mine or anybody else's constituents actually do understand that. And it's not because they're thick, it's because they're canny. They don't actually get that. And it's maybe not made very clear. And I think it needs to be made clear. And that's all I've got to say. Just sad to see that I've come into a second time as a councillor and met with this again in 2008. I did not welcome a crash. So we're all in the same boat. Very, very sad.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Councillor Meachin, did you have something? Or no, that's right. Right, so therefore I think we'll close this debate, and the Council is asked to note A, B, D, E and F and approve C. Is that agreed? Right, thank you very much. 11 is Treasury Management Annual Report. Over to Ian Lorimer again.
Very little to say on this one, Provost. It's a report that looks back to our Treasury Management activities for last financial year. It was at Scrutiny and Audit Committee last week for additional scrutiny. There weren't any major points raised there. Happy to take any questions if there are any on the report.
Anyone got questions to start with? No? No questions? Any comments? Councillor Braze to start with. Anyone else?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm doing an Alec King here.
Oh, right,
just making
okay.
sure. Is there anyone else doing? No, that's fine. My apologies for interrupting you.
Okay, just a very brief comment. I thought we received an excellent briefing on Treasury Management. Very useful, and thank you very much for that, Mr. Lorimer and Gillian. And I guess that's why there's no questions in this. We've got such a good briefing. Very important area, and keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you. So this report is for approval. Are we agreed? Thank you. Number 12, recovery and renewal. Again, this is a report by the Chief Executive. So over to Mrs. Williamson.
Thanks, Provost. This report is for noting and follows on from the Accounts Commission Local Government in Scotland Overview 2022. The report provides details of what the Council is doing in response to the terms of the cost of living crisis. It also provides members with Angus Council's response to the questions provided by a local government in Scotland overview about how we are doing specifically around planning and implementing recovery from the pandemic. The report, as I say, is for noting. The appendix gives members a good idea of the progress that we're making, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Doran, I'll put you down first. Councillor, any further questions? No, fire away then, Councillor Doran.
Okay, thank you. My question relates to the part in the appendix and the impact of cost of living issues on services. And this was a really worrying read, noting the pressures that exist within the system and the expected increases that are coming on certain areas, including adult support and protection, pressures on carers, poorer health outcomes for people, and just a question to say, kind of, how can we manage that without further funding support, or are we in a position to manage those increases in demand that are coming?
Great. Yes,
through you, Provost. Yeah, it's a challenging situation, as we've just heard, around the financial situation the Council faces. We're very fortunate, and that was identified in our best value report, that we work very closely with our partners in Angus. That's not to say collectively we won't find the challenge and the demand pretty significant. The main assurance I could give you is that we will continue to work as best we can to target support that we can on all the various areas as the winter progresses.
Happy with that? Yes. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier actually at the Vibrant Community session, but I just wanted to pick it out again for the record that on page 114, around the road shows and the success of the Arbroath one, I really would be keen to see all wards being covered in that. It highlights Arbroath, Carnoustie, Forfar and Brechin, and I know that there's a real appetite for something like that in Kerrymuir and Dean, and being aware of the rural parts of all our wards where poverty is often hidden. I think we really need to be able to address that, and for staff, working poverty is an escalating issue as well. So I'd be keen to see how we can support staff even by online activity to provide similar information to them. That would be great. Thank you.
So that's more a comment.
Well, it was a question in terms of rolling it out further.
Okay. So I suppose the question is, are they going to roll it out further into places like Kerrymuir?
I think we've certainly discussed this at the Community Planning Partnership, which has not only the public sector partners, but it's also got the voluntary organisations there. And you're right, we had fantastic feedback from Arbroath. So I think we've got to look at it as a possibility. Whether the council will run it is maybe another matter. But I think ensuring that people who need support and advice can get it quite readily. So we will consider that, yeah.
Great. Happy with that? Right. Any further questions to start with? No, we're moving on to comments. Councillor Clark first.
First of all, thank you
sorry,
very
can I just double check? Yeah, sorry,
Beg your
I'm getting
pardon.
yourself.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. And then Councillor Whiteside is, and Councillor Doran, there we go. Three. So that's three. Any further comments at the present time? No? Right, we'll do it in that order. Councillor Clark.
I'll be very, very quick and direct as to yourself, Margot. Congratulations. It's one of the two very easiest reads that I had today, although there's got nasty things in it as well, we know that. But in page 113, we speak at number 7, evidence of responding to the external environment. And that to me is just music to my ears, because I know the good work that's done, and I know that teachers are heavily involved in highlighting parents that are going through terrible situations as well there. I go to page 115, and you mentioned your community plan and your planned partnership, and I would just really want to reiterate the good work that's done there, because I know it is in the past. I worked with it. the voluntary and the charitable organisations and the police, etc., that are involved in there, and I think they deserve a mention. So there's nothing I'm asking you, Chief Executive, it's just really to highlight certain things. And on page 125, that's the final bit from me, Provost, when we mention, does my council understand any specific areas of skill shortages? And you speak about the shortages in IT and digital skills and what's being done with that. And we know that right across the board, strangely enough for me, after the pandemic, that we all seem to see shortages. But we're managing well here, and I'm really wanted to congratulate you on that, so thank you.
Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank everyone involved for this report. It's really welcome, and particularly Appendix 3, where we see all the work that's currently being done to help our most vulnerable residents in Angus, along with our third sector and community partners. So really welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Dorn.
Hi, my comment was really leading on from what Councillor Bell had said around the road shows. I really welcome that, particularly the targeted information at those for people in rural areas and the types of poverty that appear in those areas. So I just wanted to second that and add that on.
Great. Any further comments? No? Okay, Councillor Speed. I think, therefore, we can move on. Is this report approved? And therefore, moving on to... I am on to number 13. Is it unlucky for some? Yes. The Annual Chief Social Work Officer Report 2021-2022. And I'll ask the Chief Social Worker to come and chat to it.
Thank you, Provost, for the opportunity to introduce this report, the Chief Social Work Officer Annual Report, which covers all aspects of social work and social care services, those delivered by and on behalf of Angus Council, including those delivered in the Health and Social Care Partnership and overseen through the Integration Joint Board. A number of you will be by now pretty familiar with the contents of this report. And I should say I'm very grateful for the consideration that's been given to the report when it called previously, both at the Integration Joint Board itself and again at Scrutiny and Audit Committee. This report relates to the last financial year and once again does highlight the challenging context of the COVID pandemic and the compound impact of the cost of living crisis, with the significant demands and the unique constraints that these factors have placed on arrangements for service delivery, not solely but perhaps especially within the adult social work and social care sector. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight to you the efforts of council staff, carers, local providers who have all continued to work together and with our many partners to provide and promote positive outcomes for children, for families, for adults and for communities throughout this reporting period, despite the many challenges that they've faced both personally and professionally. Some trends that members may want to note include the continued and significant increase in adult protection activity and a continued steady increase in child protection activity throughout the reporting period. And these are trends that we're seeing continue to escalate into the current financial year. There's also been a downward trend in the number of adults looking for support through a care home, but at the same time a significant increase in the number of people being supported through the provision at care at home and significant pressures that are referred to in the report itself around service capacity across the Angus area. The continued demand for mental health officer services, a very particular and specialist part of social work provision, has increased across the lifespan. Overall, the report continues to highlight an apparent trend of increased demand for services, reflecting what practitioners are experiencing as a growing level of vulnerability across our communities. The report does highlight on page 166 some of the key opportunities and challenges, and those include the increased demand and complexity I've referred to already, persistent pressure on the availability of key resources, including workforce availability across the whole system of support for people, not just within social work and social care itself.
ensuring sufficient experienced capacity to maintain safe standards of practice in all areas of specialism, the culture shift towards whole family wellbeing approaches and the required cultural change that will bring, and capacity needed to support external scrutiny activity, planning and implementation for transition to a national care service. That's a very, very quick whistle-stop tour of what is quite a detailed report. I appreciate that a number of you have asked quite detailed questions in previous sessions, but both myself and Eunice McLennan from the Health and Social Care Partnership are here today and happy to answer any further questions you might have. Thank you.
Anyone for any questions? Oh, Councillor Clark.
This is a very quick one.
Oh,
sorry, beg your pardon. I've done it again. Sorry, Provost.
You're forgiven. One question there. Anyone else wanting to ask questions? Fine. Okay, but it looks like you got the on you go, Linda.
I'll be very quick. Catherine, first of all, congratulations again. One of the other reports that I've found so easy to read. It's still awful reading, but so well written. So thank you so much. But on page 142, just wanted to ask you a wee question. Number 1, in the area, paragraph 1 in branch 1, 2, 3. Extending the availability of peer mental health support to those over 12. I'm delighted to hear about peer support because that is to be a youth worker, so I'm delighted to see that. So I just wondered, can you maybe give me a wee update on that, how that's going? It doesn't have to be an in-depth one, just interested.
Thank you very much for your question. It's actually, this was led through the Health and Social Care Partnership initially, and peer support for mental health was rolled out to adults. But obviously, as part of our ongoing kind of approach to supporting community mental health services for children and young people, we received some additional funding through the Scottish Government as a local authority to provide and extend support services. And because of the positive feedback around the peer support for mental health in the Health and Social Care Partnership arena, we agreed to fund an extension of that down to those over 12. It's part of a very wide-ranging package of support that's around for children and young people that cuts across education and lifelong learning, social work, social care and in health settings. It's quite difficult to work out then what the particular impact of one of those strands are, but we're hoping that we'll be able to gather the evidence on the outcomes of that over the next year.
Thanks very much, Catherine.
Thank you, and I should say that I can't really take credit for how well written the report is. My colleague Karen Ross and Kirsty Lee both had a very heavy hand in that. I will do that. Thank you.
Councillor Scott. Oh, sorry, I thought you with your glasses. Any further? Oh, Councillor Bell. Comment. Any further questions first, and then we'll move on to comments. Councillor Bell will be first. Any further comments? Nope, that's great. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Catherine. I know I've seen this in 2 different routes already, but I wanted to give you feedback. When I attended the NHS Tayside Board meeting last week, delayed discharges across Tayside remain a challenge, and I was able to, with confidence, talk about the robust plan that we have in Angus to support people out of hospital. And the Chief Executive of NHS Tayside described Angus's model as stellar, and that the other parts of the system have a lot to learn from Angus. So I just wanted to share that recognition that the investment in time and resources that we've put in Angus over many, many years is bearing fruit, because at the heart of that is the quality of care that we deliver to our citizens. So thank you very much.
Councillor Louise Nicholl.
Thanks. I just want to follow on from that. I'd just like to thank Catherine Lindsay for the report. There have been increased pressures placed on social work services that they've remained committed to supporting and protecting our local people. So just a big thank you.
And Councillor Ross Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. I'd also like to thank Catherine and all of our team for the significant work that they do within the social work department. It's really probably one of our most challenging departments that we have within the council for the work that they do, as well as quite a lot of it being unexpected. You never know when a child's going to need to go into emergency foster care, and sort of managing budgets and things around that is also incredibly difficult. I'm pleased to have been informed that during the last administration that Catherine's budget was increased, despite all the budget savings and everything that are going on, and especially come this term again, that the budgets are going to be incredibly tight in places. So I'd like to hope that our budget is saved from any possible cuts that it possibly might have to be facing, purely for the need of the children and the people that also depend heavily upon Catherine and her team. Thank you.
Any further comments? So are we approving the report? Agreed? Thank you. Local Authority, COVID, economic recovery, LACER funding. I think we have time to do this. We've got 45 minutes before we would have to go, so we will still carry on with this. Is that my prerogative, is it? So, number 14, and Ian Lorimer is going to lead on this. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, really pleased to bring forward this report. It's, I suppose the need for it isn't positive, but it is something that is a bit more positive than the last report that we were looking at around our budget strategy. So it presents a proposal that we think is the first of its kind in Scotland. If it's not the first of its kind in Scotland, it's certainly not something that we have tried to do before on this type of scale here in Angus. So we know that the cost of living issues and crisis is impacting everybody, especially people on low incomes. And we think that the free bus travel proposal that's in this report will make a significant difference to a number of people, particularly during the winter periods. Now, we don't have the funds nor the people to run an offer of free bus travel universally, so where anyone can apply, which is why the report is recommending this be done through referral routes, people we are already working with, in council services and in other partners. We're also only able to offer the scheme using our existing bus operators who we already have a contractual relationship with. So that does put some limitations on what we're able to do here, but we think the scheme will as it will operate, will still benefit hundreds of people across Angus at a time of need and make a big difference to many individuals and families. The kind of unique nature of what we're looking to do here means we're seeing the first 12 weeks of the scheme being a bit of a pilot, during which time we can gather information on take-up usage, common journeys, the costs of those and that type of thing. And we can then refine the scheme if we need to as it goes on, at least until such time as the funding has been used. The proposal here fills a gap in terms of providing free transport for people that are not eligible for other schemes. And what I would say is if members are minded to support this proposal today, we would expect to have it operational no later than the 1st of December. So it would effectively be available during the main part of the winter. I can't say for sure how long the 150,000 that's proposed would last. Not exactly how many people, because all of that will depend on take up and usage and journeys and all of that sort of stuff. But if you take the cost of a day rider type of ticket, an Angus day rider ticket, that would 150,000 would buy over 22,000 of those tickets. So 150,000 should go a fairly long way across Angus in terms of people that are eligible for this proposal. I've got our transport manager is here, and also a colleague who's been administering the LACER project, if there are any questions of detail. But happy to stop there, Provost, and await those questions.
I saw Councillor Wan there, so that will be number one question will be from Councillor Wan. Is there any other further questions? Councillor Devine. Comment. Any question? Comment. Okay, so Julie put her hand up first for comment, so we'll go Julie and then Ross. So, Councillor Wan. Oh, and sorry, a question? Is it questions? Oh, right, hold on, right. So we've got, let's do questions. We're going to do Councillor Wan, then, sorry, Councillor Wan. Did you put your hand up there, Linda? No. No. So, Councillor Wan, Councillor Speed, Councillor Meehan. Comment. Okay. So questions first. Councillor Wan and Councillor Speed. Any further? Are you a question, right? Okay, Speed. Councillor. That was what it was. It was Councillor Wan, Councillor Devine. I'm trying to keep it in order. It's going to be so much easier when we have the computers here and the little hands go up. But we've got Councillor Wan, Councillor Devine, Councillor Speed, Councillor. Sorry, Scott. Councillor Scott. I always know you by your first names. Is that? I think I'm trying to do it in the right order. Councillor Gregg, did you have a comment? Right. Okay. We'll do questions first. Right. I think we're going for it. We're going into break after this. Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost. I've got repetitive finger syndrome after going like that several times when you kept saying Councillor Wan question. Anyway, Mr Lorimer, thank you very much for this report, and I love it when you've got a smile on your face, even though the report's got bad bits in it. You know, it's something that you're a bit more optimistic about, so thank you for that. And I don't really like to spoil your party, but we looked at this and we thought, fantastic idea to start off with. Then we had a couple of conversations on it, a couple of meetings on it, and whilst I hate being negative about things, this, we don't believe, is the great idea for spending 150,000, and I'll explain why in a quick question on it. There's 25 bus driver positions needed in Arbroath alone. 6 in 10 22-year-olds up to 22-year-olds haven't applied for the free bus pass scheme yet. My own personal experience from my daughter that started university in Dundee, 5 out of 10 of her buses have not arrived, and I've had to come to the rescue and get her to Dundee for her lectures for 10 o'clock in the morning. I really believe that this is a kind of piecemeal scheme which doesn't do very much for working families who don't quite qualify for other sports schemes, but are by no means raking it in. I can't see how this is going to work. I think 150,000, as you said, is a lot of money. It's a lot of bus trips. How many folk are going to be using this to get to job interviews, benefit meetings, doctor appointments, and then find they can't get there? So my questions really are, and there's a couple. If I'm allowed a couple.
I allowed you.
Do the bus companies still get paid when these passes are handed out, whether or not that person gets on a bus, if there's no bus? So you've already paid the bus company, I'm presuming, for the service, or is it done as every time they flash the card it comes up and registers? Okay, that's my first question answered, thank you. Is there any other ideas that we could be looking to help? One of the demographics here that we haven't spoken about, and I think it's the most vulnerable, is our elderly, especially when it's coming up to the winter months. Could you come back with some more ideas about how we spread this to benefit everyone, rather than just an age, a kind of one bracket? I don't really believe that it will be taken, and I speak here for the group as well, that we don't think at this present time with public transport that this is the best idea, or the best use of the money and time, you know. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Do you want to answer these, Ian?
Yeah, just to confirm, in terms of the first question, yeah, the payment would be based on users of the bus, so would present the bus pass on the bus. That would then be recorded in the operator system, and we would get reports on that. So nobody would be getting paid unless the journey was undertaken. Absolutely recognise some of the challenges that exist in terms of bus provision at the moment. My colleague, Mr. Lees, may wish to add a little bit more to that. That's an industry-wide problem. We do recognise that that is a challenge in terms of the offer that can be made here, but we still think it's an offer that is worth making, because we know that the bus operators are trying to make the services more reliable and get drivers and so on and so forth. It's really a matter for council to judge in terms of whether the money should be spent in another field. We know from the previous report on the LACER funding, we are spending money in a number of different areas in terms of food poverty, fuel poverty, and you know, a number of other areas of need. In terms of elderly, they're already entitled to other bus free bus travel through that route. So I don't think transport would be the issue in terms of the elderly. Yeah, it's not without its challenges as a proposal. I think we'll learn a lot if the council approves it. We'll learn a lot from what happens on this provision. We don't think it's been done or tried elsewhere. Transport Scotland, we understand, are interested to see how our scheme goes, and I think it's one of these ones where we need to kind of, you know, step forward and try it. If it doesn't work, then we would need to revisit that. So I can't give absolute assurance as to how it would work, but we think it's the right thing to do, despite some of the challenges in terms of service availability.
But could I just have a supplementary on that as well? Because, you know, we believe, and I'm looking to have this checked out, but you can maybe answer, or somebody here can answer, that, you know, if somebody's looking to go for a job interview, or if somebody requires to go to a doctor's and they're maybe with the social work already, they already get or can get access to transport, bus passes, whatever you want to call it. So, you know, we're trying to think, does this double up? And the fact is, it's £150,000, and I think you said 22,000 trips on a day fare. You know, are there going to be 22,000 trips? Could this be a £75,000, you know, job rather than 150? And I know you won't spend 150 if you don't spend 150, because you made that clear. But it just seems we're allocating 150,000 to something when there are no public transport, and you're actually not really helping anybody in the more rural areas, because I believe that Kirriemuir has, is it one bus in a day and one bus out a day? So that's restricting them, or there's, you know, it's... Well, that's what I'm asking for clarification on, but I know there's very little buses come from some rural areas, and then when they do miss their odd stops from Freakham, like there's 2 or 3 buses a day don't come from Freakham that should come from Freakham. So, you know, there's already a restriction on rural people anyway getting back and forth.
Thank you for that. I did let you go on with 3 questions there, so... yeah. Councillor Devine. All right, sorry. Sorry.
I was just waiting to be allowed in. Yeah, so there are, I mean, if there are people in need and working with social work or welfare rights, then sometimes those provisions can be made. But that's not that common. This would be a wider offer. So that would be the first thing I would say. We've done this type of, well, not this type of thing, but we've offered similar schemes for shorter periods in the past, around the school holidays and so forth. So we have taken some of that learning from this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's a silver bullet that solves all the transport problems and all of those type of things. If there aren't services available, then it becomes a less valuable offer. But there are still across Angus a number of services that would be available, and there are no restrictions in terms of how the pass could be used, other than, you know, used the journey starting and finishing in the Angus area. I seem to think there was another point that maybe at the end, Councillor Wan, that I've perhaps missed. Did I?
I think it was more the restriction on maybe rural.
Yeah, that's an issue that's a wider issue than this scheme.
Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Provost. Well, I was going to welcome this scheme, actually, because I think it's quite innovative, and given that we know that people do complain a lot about the transport in Angus being quite expensive, I think this will help. It's caveated by what you were saying, Councillor Wan, about at the present we really don't have a tremendously good service because of drivers, because of lack of drivers, but I understand that they are increasing the number of drivers and training them. So that was just a little point. I do have a question though. It's just to ask at 4, there's £100,000 left, and this will be considered for other areas that are already being looked at, existing programmes. I was just wondering if any of that would be available for the likes of village halls, perhaps, who are wanting to open but have excruciatingly high fuel costs. I don't know if that could just be put into the mix there.
Yeah, again, thanks. Through you, Provost. Yeah, part of the thinking behind, and I've just remembered the other point that, in relation to Councillor Wan's question, if we haven't spent 150,000, it doesn't look like that is the right direction in terms of what the spend is in terms of take-up, then we would bring that back to be revisited. So just to make that point. The 100,000, we deliberately left that available so that it could be used either to put more money into some of the existing projects that have previously been approved, potentially to put into transport if we saw that was really there was a high demand there, or potentially to new projects that haven't yet been funded. So if there was an issue in terms of village halls or something like that, then we could certainly look at that. That leaving that money back at this stage gives us that flexibility. Just to confirm, in terms of the timing of the funding, we are not under any pressures in terms of the money has to be spent by the end of this financial year, but I do think we would want to make sure that it's used to help people as urgently as it can be given current circumstances.
Bede. Have you put your no, you're fine. Thanks, Lois.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, like Councillor Wan, reading this, I think, you know, I did have some concerns because we all know of the huge pressures on public transport and on our local bus services. So I very much agree in principle with this proposal and what it hopes to achieve. However, it would be kind of helpful to hear from Mr. Leith with regards to, you know, just how achievable this is, and you know, is it going to be able to make a difference when, you know, we know that passengers are currently being left stranded. I would also like to ask for clarity with regards to the eligibility criteria, and whether there's been any involvement with the Health and Social Care Partnership, and if they would, if there would be a consideration where there would be support for people to get to kind of medical and hospital appointments, because what has been identified on some of the reports that have come to IJB has been that some of the changes that have been made in terms of change of location to some of our kind of hospital settings, and where patients are receiving care, or where kind of friends and family are travelling to visit, it has been identified that there is an impact in terms of travel and transport, and that's an unmet need. So I would ask for some clarity around that as to whether that can be added to the criteria. And I'd also like to ask if there would be consideration given to an additional project that would help tackle a significant inequality and unmet transport needs within Angus. And this would in turn help support this particular area of business and our local economy. So, colleagues, previously you'll be aware that our licensing committee identified that there was an unmet need in terms of accessible taxi provision. This has a significant impact on some of our most vulnerable residents who don't have access to their own transport, aren't able to use our bus or train services, and are relying on kind of door-to-door service. It was identified that there was a severe lack of accessible taxis within Angus. So, for example, in Arbroath, Carnoustie and Montefief, there is sometimes only one taxi on the road, sometimes not at all, because it is just one sole operator. So I wonder if there could be consideration given to, within this monies, operate a taxi grant scheme that would allow taxi drivers, when they're renewing their vehicle, to be able to apply for funding, for example, up to maybe, say, £5,000, because it is slightly more to put an accessible taxi on the road. So I wonder if something like that could be considered within this proposal, and certainly within the remainder of the money that's left remaining. Because I think what Angus Council have not done is taken the robust approach that many other local authority areas in Scotland have taken, where they have set kind of parameters when taxi companies renew their licence, that it must be an accessible taxi that they're putting on the road. So other local authority areas have achieved and addressed this, whereas Angus have failed to do that. I feel that this would be a great opportunity, and it would also support the taxi trade. It would provide an incentive and make it possible, because it is a financial barrier currently at the moment.
Great, so I think that's 3 questions, which I don't have a problem with, Lois, because it's something you've always been passionate about. So I think the other gentleman over there is answering 1, and Ian will answer the other 2. So we'll maybe let the gentleman from Stagecoach say something, answer Lois's first one. Is it off? Sorry. Sorry, I'm not sure.
Sorry, Provost, yeah.
Sorry, so it is. These glasses here, I keep on taking these glasses off. Where's the gentleman from Stagecoach?
No,
all right.
So no,
I thought he was coming. I was told he was coming.
No, it's our transport manager. Is here.
Right. Okay. Well, I was told somebody. I'm sure somebody told me something from. So our transport manager, maybe start first. Yes, that was. He was shaking his head. You're not from Stagecoach, but you're our manager. Yes, come up to a mic. Yes.
There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost. Most definitely not from Stagecoach.
Nobody would ever want to say they weren't for Stagecoach.
No, I'm Ian Lee. I'm the transport team leader at Angus Council, and there's no doubt there's a difficult period at the moment with local bus services. It's a national issue. It's been created by a number of factors: COVID-19, drivers moving out of the industry, and Stagecoach locally have been hit pretty hard. They are doing everything they can to fill the vacancies. One of the things they need to do that is time, because normally takes around 12 weeks to get a licence. It's taken around 16 weeks or more just because of the backlog. So every week that passes, Stagecoach's difference between what they need and what they have is becoming less. So we're definitely seeing less cancellations now than we were, for example, in July and August. And our other local operators haven't been hit as hard. They are still managing to provide the services that we contract with them to do. I just received the report today for our tender network, and over the month of October there was almost 20,000 public transport trips undertaken in our tender network alone. So that's not the commercial services such as Service 73 or Service 20 or Service 39. So there's a clear desire for public transport trips, and there's a clear ability there by the bus operators to be able to provide that. So whilst I appreciate that there is cancellations that are normally not the case, or there's a level of cancellations that normally wouldn't be the case, I don't think that would be a reason not to progress with this particular project. Sorry, I don't know if it was, is that your question? No, okay.
Ian, carry on with the other.
Yeah, okay. Back to me. And I think there was 2 questions. One was the third one was around the potential support for accessible taxis. I do recall a couple of years ago some discussion at the Civic Licensing Committee around that. So happy to take that one away and have a look at it. I would want to bring something back to Council for approval in relation to that. There might just be 1 or 2 issues that I'm not aware of in terms of the licensing and all of that side of things, but absolutely happy to look at that, either by amending the 150,000 or using some of the 100,000. Need to see what the issues are there, but happy to do that. The second question, I think, was around eligibility for medical appointments. The bus pass can be used for any journey, that regardless of requirement. So there's no issue with there, providing the person was eligible in terms of low income. So it can be used, providing there's a service to that medical facility or whatever, it can be used for any purpose whatsoever. There's no restrictions on the reason for travel.
Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify that in terms of an onward journey, and Ian could probably talk about this more than I can in terms of the stagecoach provision certainly, and how that ticket operates. There would be an ability to go on to 9 Wells as part of this because it's in the same pricing zone.
The criteria, it states adults travelling to benefits appointments. So, yeah, I just needed to seek clarity on that there. But yeah, I think I'm
so
happy
can
with
I
that.
interject? Because I want to keep the pace of this going. It's perfectly okay. What would happen, Ian? Can this be brought? I'm conscious we don't maybe want to wait 6 weeks to find out about the taxes. Can this report come to, say, communities in 2 weeks' time? Would you know the answers by then?
Probably not. Within
I'm just trying to help
2 weeks.
Lewis to speed up the
recommendation. Can the recommendations be changed to include that as part of that work that there will be consideration given to operating a taxi grant scheme using that monies, and that will be explored?
Are you happy to accept that?
I think I'll take officer's advice.
Yeah.
I would have been of the opinion that the suggestions made were both very good, and officers go and investigate them further. But in the meantime, we approved this. We
are just
ask if
approving a report.
we're going to
after all.
approve this
yes,
report.
we are just approving a report. Okay. So, keeping the speed going, Councillor Scott had a question.
Thank you, Provost. Mr Lorimer, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I'm sorry, I don't want to come across as awkward. However, during my day-to-day work over the last many years, I'm aware that lots of departments give out bus passes, and these are for a year. So they don't necessarily give a bus pass, but they'll sign the bus pass for them, you know, to convert them. So they already happen to the most vulnerable in society, be it from Children and Families team or ADARs. So just a quick point there, because you said it's unlikely to happen. I'm just, you know, I don't have any problem in principle, really. I agree with what Lois is saying about health appointments, so that's really good because Brechin Healthcare Group...
Are you making a comment or
no,
question?
I'm getting to my question.
All right, okay,
Brechin
cool.
Healthcare Group
That's great, Jill.
recently they've had funding twice for health journeys, and that's been really, really popular, so that's good. This funding doesn't need to be spent immediately, and we're presented with a statistic that 40% of families in Angus are at risk of falling into fuel poverty this winter. So many families that are going into poverty might not be eligible for benefits as they're currently working. So I'm worried that there'll not be much left then, because you haven't been able to give us the figures of how many referrals or how much has been spent of the last lot we proposed that were approved. So I'm just a bit worried that there'll be no money left and people will be in, you know, crisis with their heating and eating, choosing between heating and eating.
Yep, through you again, Provost. Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Scott. So the part of the reason for leaving 100,000 back is to potentially have that available to address other needs. So I think there was 400,000 was previously agreed for fuel poverty and cost of living. Nearly 200,000 of that's already been spent. There's 200,000 still to be spent. And the feedback that I'm getting is that we would expect all of that to be expended within the next month or so. So that money is being used pretty rapidly. And I suppose the worry about that is we're not even quite into the main winter period yet. But that's part of the thinking about keeping the 100,000 back in the meantime to potentially come back and say, well, some of these other areas need to be topped up.
Great. Okay. Questions? Is it questions? No question. The comment. So I have Councillor Bell was the first one to have a comment, and then Councillor Gregg was the next one. I think you had a comment, and then Councillor Meachin, and then Mel. Right. Oh, okay. Melville. Okay, and Councillor Donna. And before we start, you know, I'm conscious that it's 19 minutes to go before we would have to close. Let's see if we can try and keep to the point, succinct, and a maximum of a minute on each of the comments. Thank you. So over to Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. I wanted to commend officers for coming up with this plan. I think it is brilliant to see that thinking. come forward. I had picked up on one of the eligibility criteria around adults utilising food banks, and I'm aware that some food banks have some quite strict and, in my opinion, quite judgmental eligibility criteria, and compare that with the likes of Kirriemuir Food Hub. And I wanted to make sure that people who have open access to alternatives to certain food banks could access support. So I'm very grateful to Ian Leith for offering me a meeting to discuss that and to come forward with a very solution-focused approach. It's really helpful, and I hope Ian doesn't mind me saying either that these are the kind of gaps that he'd be keen to hear about if that emerges from your constituents. But the rise in people who are using facilities like food hubs are often the working families who are struggling to make ends meet. And today's rise of the mortgage rate will affect people who don't qualify for benefits, but who will be finding it increasingly tough to make ends meet and will be using food banks, particularly in that gap, you know, at the second half of the month. So it'll be interesting to see how that emerges, but I'm very grateful, and I would hope that everyone can support this at the end of the day.
Yes.
Thanks.
Councillor Gregg. Councillor Gregg, yes, my apologies.
Thank you, Provost. I must admit, when I first saw this in the papers, I did read it and think, oh, what a great idea. But then the more I looked into it and the more I thought about it, I thought, I'm not so sure this is the best way to be spending the money. Looking at the other things of where the money has been spent, whether it be, as like Councillor Scott had said about eating and heating, there's been slow cookers that have been purchased, there's one-off payments for heating, there's one-off payments for food vouchers and things like that. Coupled with the fact that there are so many complaints about the bus services, the lack of the bus services, buses physically just not turning up, being cancelled at the last minute. I appreciate that work is being done to mitigate that, but at the same time, and we've been told by Stagecoach and the other transport operators, you can't just take someone in and say, here's a bus, go and drive it. There's a big, long process of training that they need to go through, so it's a time-consuming thing. I think the money would be better spent in other places. For example, as I said, the eating and heating that Councillor Scott pointed out, we've provided slow cookers. How about we supply electric blankets? They can be obtained quite cheaply and put out through people through it are referred as well. If members are adamant that they would like to spend the money on the buses, then given what has been told that the thousands of journeys that this would provide, I think maybe I would pose an amendment that the money's halved until we can reassess how well it's gone ahead. So what has been the uptake, bearing in mind that under 22s, well, 22 and under, you get a free bus pass. If you're 60 and over, you get a bus pass. So it's literally just capturing those people in between that. So my amendment would be that if it was to go ahead, then we would reduce not 150,000, but make it 75,000 until we can further assess how well it's been received and the progress of it.
And I'm just check on a procedural matter.
Yeah.
Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mindful, Councillor Speed, that you have raised an issue here, but just to deal with Councillor Gregg, we would regard that as a formal amendment, which in terms of finance, in terms of standing orders, proper notice hasn't been given of that, so we wouldn't be able to consider that today as a competent amendment. But I'm conscious that Councillor Speed is waiting to come back in terms of clarity over her, I'm not saying amendment, but proposal at this stage.
Yeah, I just wondered maybe then within my proposal that the spend was 100k with 50 set aside for the taxi.
Yeah.
Did Ian not say that it was a 12-week trial effectively at the start anyway? So we're going to look at how it works. So that's already going to be done. And just going to see how it works. Is that right?
Yes, although if council approve the report, it's asking for 150,000. But what I said in response to Councillor One is, if it looks like that spend is never going to reach that type of level based on take up, then we would come back and ask for the sum to be that sum to be amended and the money redirected to something else. It's really very much a journey into. Sorry, no pun, into the unknown in terms of just how many people would be eligible, which journeys would be undertaken, and so forth. If I could just clarify in relation to Councillor Speed's question, what I was agreeing to do was to consider the point around accessible taxis and to come back with a further report on that once I'd had a chance to look at it. So I wasn't proposing to change the report that's in front of Council today, but I am agreeing to have a look at that.
Yep, sorry.
It might just be helpful to clarify
Yep.
for members that for amendments they have to be in 5 p.m. the night before. It's just so you're aware of that in terms of the standing order 16.
Okay. So, Councillor Meachin, I think, is next for comments.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to say that I welcome this report. I would like to thank Mr Lorimer for answering some questions that I gave him before this meeting. But I think when you're looking at how to spend, initially when I looked at this, I thought, I don't think that's a very good idea. But as I actually went through it, I think it is probably a good idea, a good way to spend at least some of the money. We don't know what's going to be spent. And I think the idea that it's a 3-month pilot makes it even better for me, because I think there are maybe some of the criteria that might need to be tweaked, but we'll find out after the 12 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melville.
Thanks, Provost. I think I'm confident in saying that I'm the only person in this room that currently has an under-22s travel card. And I know from personal experience how much more convenient it makes getting around. And I just want to say this is a really good report. I think it will extend the opportunity to get around to so many more people who maybe can't afford it just now. And I'm very pleased to be part of the administration that's bringing it forward.
Councillor Brace.
Right, very briefly, I don't see anything at all in here that should give major concerns for Councillor Wan or for Councillor Scott or for Councillor Speed, precisely because this is a sort of very innovative pilot project. And if it's not using up the money, well, it's not like we're going to have to give that money back to anyone. And so, if we agree this today, then fire your ideas into officers as to what any surplus might be used for, and they'll bring back a report to us. So I think we should just crack on now.
It's been a good meeting. I will close it down. Well, there's only 2 more to make a comment, and I think that's what is coming out of today. Look, speak to us, and we will do things and move forward positively. Councillor Whiteside, and I will let you make your comment, and then we're closing it down. Sorry? Oh, and Councillor Dorn as well. I'm sorry, right, yeah, no. Right, okay, 3 more and then that's it. I'm conscious of the time.
I'll keep mine very brief because a lot of what I was planning to say has been covered by others. Just to confirm, I think it's a great report. I thank Ian and I thank Ian Leith for the clarity around some of the issues, and I reiterate that having an innovative idea like this as a trial is fantastic, and we'll have to do this kind of thinking as we go through the budget process to find better ways of doing things, new ways of doing things, and take it from there. But thank you everybody involved, and let's hope that's a successful pilot. Thank you.
Move forward. Great. Councillor Dorn.
Yeah, thank you. So I was going to seek clarity on some of the stuff, but I think we've got it, and other people have covered that. I'm a supporter of schemes that promote the use of public transport. I think we need to look at this one really, really carefully, and I will be looking to do that as well in terms of where this precious money is spent over the winter. So I just want to add that in as well.
Great. And Councillor Scott.
Just a very quick comment, Kenny. I don't have a problem with this. Councillor Brace, sorry, I don't have a problem with this. What I'm concerned about is that we are, we're not into the depth of winter yet, and we don't know what's going to happen. There could be so many people that are not entitled to benefits that, you know, they're above the threshold. We could be looking at in-work poverty, and I'm just concerned that there's money left to help that should we need. That's the only reason I'm asking questions.
Comment accepted. Right. Therefore, are we agreeing to record 1, 2, 4 for noting and 3 for approval? Thank you very much. We'll now take a... We're going to suspend standing orders and take a half-hour break. Well, Linda, the Deputy Provost did make a relevant point that our minds are all not getting clear on this. I generally believe that Angus Alive is a big thing. I'd rather meet maybe halfway and maybe 15 minutes so we can all have a cup of tea, clear our minds and clear our head for the important thing that is Angus Alive. Is that a good compromise? So not more than 15. So that's 4:52. Be back by 10 past. You happy to go at 10 past? Right, 10 past on the dot. Sorry, duty of care. Exactly, Linda.
before we go on with the report, there is a technical.
Through you, Provost, we've just been advised that there are some technical IT issues which prevent the meeting from being live streamed. But however, just to reassure members, the meeting is being recorded, and then when the IT facilities are restored, that recording will be posted on YouTube, so members of the public will be able to see the entirety of the council meeting. Thanks, Provost.
Item agenda number 15, Angus Alive, Transformation Programme Update, and I ask Chris Boyle to come up and to serve his deputation. While you're wandering up, Mr. Boyle, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Provost. Councillors, good afternoon. My name is Chris Boyle. I'm Secretary of the Angus branch of Unison, which represents local government employees in local authorities across the United Kingdom. Firstly, can I thank you for agreeing to the deputation for which I'm here today on behalf of our members who are employed in libraries. I'm also here today in regard to some proposed changes in museums that come under Angus Alive's responsibility too. One of the items for consideration in agenda item 15, which we're considering now, is a proposed change to opening hours across Angus libraries, which has caused some not insignificant anxiety and concern among our members. This is the third time since 2015 that this group of predominantly female workers has been subjected to a review, resulting in changes to the pay and/or terms and conditions. As one of our members noted earlier this week, the proposals for all Angus libraries to be open 31 hours a week is an improvement from the current situation where they, are both accepted, are only currently open 18 hours per week. That said, before the COVID-19 pandemic, libraries were open for 40 hours, an outturn from an earlier organisational review by Angus Alive. Therefore, as the proposals stand, each library setting will see a pre/post-COVID reduction in hours of 9 per week. Unison Angus members have engaged fully with the consultation process which has taken place since September. However, it became increasingly clear to our members that Angus Alive were waiting for council approval today to go ahead and make the proposed changes and savings. A working group was set up to look at opening hours and rotas even before the proposals were approved. And whilst today's report refers to a formal consultation after potential approval, to our members, this gives them very much the impression that the proposals are a done deal, a fait accompli. These proposed new rotas and opening hours show that our library-based members face having their hours reduced, affecting not only their take-home pay during this harsh cost of living crisis, but also their future pension provision. The proposals suggest that the maximum number of hours a member may work would be 30 per week. There would be no full-time staff left among information advisors if these proposals were to go ahead as they stand. Other members working part-time will lose hours, but at one location, a part-timer's hours may actually increase. So we ask, how can this be fair to those standing to lose contracted working hours every week? Additional hours, of course, may be available to top earnings, but these don't count when applying for a mortgage or a loan. We believe this is simply unacceptable, particularly when we understand that 5 new management posts have recently been created at Angus Alive, increasing the pay bill, whilst frontline staff will potentially see a reduction in their pay and their contracted working hours. Supported by our members, Unison Angus do not believe that the proposals are based on firm information drawn from the extensive and wide-ranging consultation process with service users, staff, you as elected members and stakeholders that one would normally expect. Staff have only just started going through a consultation process, and we don't know if members of the public, our service users, our residents are aware of any of these proposals. These changes will have an impact of the services available to the public and when they can be accessed. Libraries need to be open long enough at suitable times to allow them to be used. Our residents need to be able to apply for jobs, benefits, and access financial assistance. Because of the Council's continued direction of travel in directing service users to digital methods of accessing services, our members in libraries report increase in numbers of those customers who are elderly or have disabilities or struggle with language issues. These people require access to libraries during the day and will always require face-to-face help to access council services. The very council services we offer and deliver to our residents and our communities. To propose changes without that detailed and incisive information gathering, to us just doesn't seem to make sense. Indeed, the results from a survey were shared at the last council committee to support the changes being proposed. Alas, its contents did not specifically support the proposals, and it was only carried out in one location, and that was in Arbroath. And the survey didn't ask any of the important questions that should have been asked in relation to these proposals. Regarding Angus Alive museums, as with libraries, there's been no formal consultation or evidence presented to support the proposals. And until that group of staff were made aware of plans in early September, no formal engagement either. These opinions, along with the aforementioned service users and stakeholders I referred to in discussing libraries, should again be formally gathered and used to inform future plans and proposals. With a proposal to open on Sundays, no evident consideration has been given to having a trial period, for example, before considering the implementation of a permanent change. This again would provide solid empirical data on demand upon which longer-term decisions could be made. As it stands, most staff will be expected to work every Sunday, and indeed all weekend, severely impacting on their work-life balance and their own family lives. The impact on annual leave and on social hours has not been discussed or addressed either, and should be considered in any formal consultation before decisions are made. In conclusion, we're therefore asking you, our elected members, to halt these proposals today. Approving these plans will simply result in the same group of staff in libraries, as I said earlier, mainly women, having cuts made to them for the third time in 7 years. With no formal consultation, Angus Alive and Angus Council, I would suggest, have no idea of how they will be received by the public, and it's simply not good enough for our valued and vital leisure and culture and access services delivered by knowledgeable and hard-working frontline employees to be cut to the bone at such a critically challenging time for so many of our residents. A wide-ranging formal consultation needs to be undertaken, and in these financially challenging times, it's unfair and unreasonable in our view for our members to be faced with reduced hours and increased pressure to merely make ends meet. And I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyle. Now, we can ask for questions from members, but no comments. We can ask questions, but no comments. And I think the leader's wanting to say something too.
No,
All right.
I was under the impression that there wasn't going to be questions and comments. This was just for noting, because we, as a council, don't make operational decisions around Angus Alive, around staff terms and conditions. But maybe Mrs Buchanan can clarify the position. And I thank you very much for your presentation, which was really useful. Thank you.
Through you, Provost, happy
Yes,
to
yes,
do
absolutely.
that. As I understood it, members agreed at the start, but just clarify that the deputation was just for noting on this occasion, albeit in standing orders ordinarily, there would be questions, as you pointed out. But if that's correct, yes.
So we're getting normal questions and comments, but not to. And you therefore you'll get it via. Therefore, I'll ask Gordon Cargill to come up and talk about the report, of which at that time. Questions and then comments can then be Thank you, Gordon.
Okay, thank you, Provost. This report provides the latest update on Angus Alive's transformation programme. The report includes a number of proposals which require council consideration and approval to proceed. These include the guiding principles for future strategic direction of Angus Alive to ensure that Angus Alive's business planning and the update to the current services specification are aligned with the Council's latest needs and requirements, and Section 511 of the report refers. Proposals which also require Council approval, which would need interim changes to services spec in the report, include the permanent integration of Arbroath Library Access Services and feedback from Angus Alive's consultation process in relation to that is included in Appendix 1 to the report. The report also seeks approval on a new approach to digital training services, with Angus Alive no longer being the direct provider, instead working with partners to deliver those services. And also updated venue operating hours being proposed by Angus Alive, which are included in Appendix 2 of the report. Agreeing the baseline updated venue operating hours will support Angus Alive to deliver their £285,000 change programme savings for 21-22, and also contribute to contribute towards the £210,000 target saving in the change programme for 22-23. If I could just highlight a few things in the report, one being the dependency between the proposed venue opening hours and the Arbroath Library Access integration. So in the event that the integration wasn't agreed, Angus Alive would have to reapportion the hours that they've put within the pot, if you like, for library opening to operate the separate access building. I'd also highlight that approval by the Council of the opening hours and digital training proposals would be subject to consultation with the relevant Angus Alive employees, and a further report would be brought back to committee if there is a requirement to amend the proposals after that staff consultation. And there's a specific section in section 7.2 of the report which covers that particular point. I thought it was worth highlighting that. In terms of the permanent library access integration proposal, I think while the feedback from consultation included in Appendix 1 is very positive overall, and there was 88%, I think, respondents of the survey were comfortable with the privacy of access as it stands. There is a commitment included within the report to look at the design of the current layout to see where improvements could be made to privacy arrangements. And that would be similar to the models that are already working well in Carnoustie and Montrose libraries, where lessons learned around that have been good feed-in. The report also seeks Council approval to engage communities to explore potential opportunities for involvement in future service delivery, to sustain services going forward as that transformation approach. Although that's not a change to the services specification at this stage, it's just something that would be useful going forward in terms of the development of the programme. And there's also approval sought to delegate authority to the Director of Strategic Policy for any non-material changes in venue opening hours, just to suit minor flexibility in operational circumstances as they evolve day to day, and avoid coming back to committee for each circumstance. So in summary, the report provides really an overview of a raft of development work that colleagues in Angus Alive and the Council have developed in partnership over the past 2 years or so, absolutely in the knowledge that Angus Alive needs to transform in response to the changing operating environment, including the ever-increasing financial pressures which we've heard about earlier today, and the need to maintain the organisation as a going concern. There is a long pathway ahead with the transformation programme, and this report provides a key milestone really at the start of that process. Happy to take questions, And Kirsty Hunter, Angus Alive's Chief Executive, is also here today to support with any detailed questions.
I've seen Councillor Dorn so far, then Councillor Wan, then Councillor Nicol. 3. Councillor Meechan. 4. 4. Councillor Cheek. 5. Councillor Bell. 6. Councillor Scott. 7. Councillor Gregg. 8. And sorry, Lois. 9. Oh, glad we took the break when we did. Right, okay, with that in mind, Councillor Dorn.
Okay, thank you. So this proposal does include altering and cutting the hours of some of the lower band workers at Angus Alive. And although that is noted as an operational matter, that is one of the decisions that we're being asked to take today at Angus Council. I was surprised to see on the report that the equality impact assessments do not note or contain mitigation to negative effects noted on staff. So I want to know why that's the case. And in one of the reports on opening hours, it doesn't note any negative effects on staff in that report. And that to me is a concern in terms of how we can assess how we make this judgment today. So I wanted to ask a little bit more about that. And do you believe that the consultation and the impact assessment reviews that have been carried out are sufficient to take into account the needs of staff and the public?
It's a little bit more than one, but we'll.
Sorry, it was more than one.
We'll let it go this time.
I think if I could possibly bring Kirsty Hunter into that to answer that question. There's quite a lot of staff and related issues in there, which would be Kirsty's role to answer. That's okay.
Hi, thanks for the question. So in terms of the two parts there, with regards to the consultation element, there have been quite considerable discussions with staff groups, both in museums and also in libraries, since the meeting of Council on the 8th of September, when the vast majority of the proposals that were brought were deferred to this meeting today. Councillors may have noted, if they've looked at the proposals brought today in terms of the opening hours versus those brought previously, that they have actually evolved and changed. And the reason for that is that through the conversations that we've had with our staff members and the feedback that they have provided during that period, we've been able to incorporate some of the suggestions that they brought forward into the opening hour proposals. We also have looked at the rotas that would support those opening hour proposals. And in terms of the detriment that was mentioned previously, currently based on, and I would say that this is prior to, obviously, approval by Council, it's prior to therefore any formal consultation, which, as Gordon noted, would happen following approval of the proposals here, because that's the way that that happens. But we would go into those formal consultations, and there would also need to be one-to-one conversations that would happen with staff members to understand any personal circumstances that need to be taken into consideration when allocating rotas, staff bases, etc. So this is prior to any of that happening. In our libraries, the biggest difference that we would have is 1.38 hours per week based on the rotas for the opening hours that are presented today, with an average decrease of 0.78 hours per week. And that would be for 12 people out of the 24 people that are currently employed. There would also be a slight increase of the same sort of nature for 6 people, and 6 people where there would be no change. That's based on what we know about staff members at the moment. Obviously that might change slightly depending on who would end up in which posts following the one-to-ones that we would be required to undertake as part of the managing workforce change policy. Within museums, there is a slightly larger detriment, of 2.91 hours per week. But what I would say within that regard is that we have looked and taken on board the feedback specifically around the Sunday opening. That was something that our staff were particularly concerned about. We do work in a service industry where we provide a customer experience, where we need to make sure that we are open at times that other heritage and culture attractions are available, and also when people are wanting to visit those types of attractions. We think it's important to align with colleagues from other venues across Angus and neighbouring authority areas as well in terms of being available throughout the weekend. But we do understand that taking those types of decisions as leaders to make sure that we're looking after the longevity and sustainability of the service into the future is very difficult and has a personal impact on staff members as well. So when looking at the rotas to support the proposals, we've actually been able to look at changing those so that people would be working one weekend on, one weekend off in the summer, and in the winter time would be working a Friday, Saturday, or a Sunday, Monday. That's something that was addressed following discussions with the staff group, and I think actually brings them to a position that's better than even at the moment where they're required under the current contracts they work every Saturday throughout the year. So hopefully that's something that would be better for that staff group. These are challenging decisions. This is not a situation that any of us would want to be in, but there is a financial affordability envelope that we are required to operate within. All of the decisions that are being taken by the board of directors and by the leadership team at Angus Alive are being based on the fact that we need to remain a going concern. There is a legal requirement for us to remain a going concern. As a charity, you cannot trade with a deficit position. We only have the ability to continue to operate and provide the services for culture, sport and leisure, really valuable public services that our communities enjoy using and that support them to be healthy, active and creative in their lives here in Angus. And our team thoroughly enjoy delivering those services. We really think that they are valuable and important to people. But unfortunately, the reality of the financial situation, and I think Mr. Lorimer outlined the direction of travel in that, is very challenging. If we are not able to make changes, which I acknowledge does reduce the offering compared to what it was pre-pandemic, but we're not pre-pandemic, we're in a very different economic situation. And we need to be able to make those changes such that we can continue to operate within the affordability envelope. Otherwise, I think it's outlined in the report, there is a risk that if we got to the position where our financial support team advised that that was no longer the case, directors would be put into a really difficult position where they would have to, at that point, notify Companies House and Oscar that we were not able to trade any longer. And at that stage, the organisation would revert back to the council as the sole member owner, along with the additional burdens related to non-domestic rates relief and other things that would come along with that as well. So just want to make it really clear to all members what's at stake here. We are trying really hard to do our best within what's very challenging circumstances. I would hope that there would be a chance to grow things again in the future. We have taken cognizance of a lot of data when looking at these hours. Just for libraries, for example, we have looked at footfall data, we have considered our access data, CSP data, we've looked at activity attendances, we have taken on board the feedback even prior to the September meeting that staff had provided us, because we regularly have conversations with our staff members, and we had also taken on board some feedback from a limited number of customers who'd contacted us about the current temporary library operating our position. So all of those different things have been taken into consideration when coming forward with the proposals, but I'm delighted that we have been able to take notice of the feedback provided by our team to make some changes to those proposals and to bring those forward for you today for consideration. Specifically with regards to the equality impact assessment, that was completed by our team in conjunction with the Equalities Officer within the Council. So I would hope that they've been reviewed by that officer, and I would hope that they are up to standard in terms of what we would expect. But if there's anything we need to take away and have a look at, then we can do that.
Okay, Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks, Kirsty, for explaining some of that to us. It's one that, as a group, we're a little bit torn on again. We're kind of wondering here and whether we should take an amendment to defer this till after the consultation. The kind of question really is, why are we being asked to make this decision prior to the consultation with the staff and the wider public? I know it does say in the report, does provide for consultation after the members agree. If members agree to the proposal set out in sections 5.2.2 above, the decision will only be finalised once that's happened. Why is it kind of the opposite way around to how I would see it as being a sensible approach, is to consult, then to come back to council and ask for our consideration? Because to me, this is very similar to the one we had earlier on today. You know, why is it even coming to council when, you know, we're making a decision without all the finalised information from a consultation? And it's kind of, I'm kind of sitting there, and I've given Jackie and Donald a note that we would probably look to amend to defer this this paper, but you know, it'll be subject to what you say here.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wan. With regard to the process, we need to get that steer from councillors in terms of the proposals that have been brought forward for the opening hours, and the opening hours that are in front of you today are for the libraries, museums, galleries, archives, and also for our sports centres as well. It's really important that we understand that councillors, elected members, are comfortable with the proposal in terms of the availability and opening hours that would be in place for our communities and citizens to utilise. We would then go through that full process of having formal consultation with the staff group on that. I would hope that we've already demonstrated that we are listening to our team and we are trying to take on board feedback that they are providing. We do, however, have a financial predicament that we are in, and there is a risk with deferment of decisions that there could be an impact in terms of that overall financial position. I would kind of refer back to the organisational review that we undertook back in sort of 18-19 predominantly, and at that point new opening hours were also brought forward. I think that Chris in his deputation mentioned the library opening hours. We actually at that point in time were able to increase library opening hours from 39 to 40, which was something that was really positive and something that we were happy to do at that point in time with that particular affordability position. At that time, the proposals also came to council for councillor approval and then went through the consultation process, the formal consultation process with staff. So the process is the same as has been followed previously, and that's why we've done it in that way. And I'll maybe just defer to Gordon as well.
Yeah, if I could just add that we have an existing service contract with Angus Alive, and really what we're asking members to do through this report is change that. You know, so it's a variation to what is in the contract at the moment. So from the council's, well, from Angus Alive's perspective, they kind of need that certainty from the council in terms of what we're going to sign up to and agree to before they can go forward and take forward their consultation with their staff, in the certainty that the council have presented its position to them. So that's really why it's been done like that.
Can I come back in, Provost? Yeah.
Yes,
a supplementary. It still is quite a hard one for us to grasp here, because you know we're hearing from Chris earlier on there that obviously, Kirsty, you're saying that you believe, or you're saying that the staff have been well consulted. We're obviously hearing otherwise, that they're believing they haven't been well consulted. And I know there's always two sides to the story. I don't think anybody in this chamber is naive enough to believe one over the other fully. You know, there's probably some middle ground there someplace. It just is a very hard one, and I think as the team here are just communicating to us, I think we would like to note an amendment for deferral of this. I would, however, consider change to that if we could go to a full council decision rather than it going to communities, so it comes back all in front of us again. I don't know how that bodes with you.
Sorry?
Could I?
Yes, yes, of course you can, yes.
Just on the procedural side, through yourself,
yes, absolutely.
Provost,
Thank you.
I think certainly in terms of standing orders, you don't require notice for a deferral unless it has financial implications. So I know this won't go down well, but I think we need just 5 minutes
Yes,
recess,
yeah,
so
yeah.
we can consult with Mr Lorimer and also with Angus Alive in terms of the financial implications of such a restriction, or sorry, in such a deferral.
Yeah, but as a man that likes to do deals, we're quite happy to forget the deferral and amendment, or certainly the group here would be, I don't know about anybody else, if this would come back to full council rather than just Communities Council, but a Communities Committee. So it's maybe something else you need to consider.
Again, I'll take your guidance.
Through yourself, Provost, the standing orders would provide that would be an amendment to the recommendations. And again, normally you need the notice to do that, but if we have the recess and have a chat, we'll see what the situation is, if that's
And
acceptable.
just as we go into the recess, Councillor Dornan, have you got a point of clarification?
Yeah, I just had one thing I wanted to ask, because I asked about the equality impact assessment, and in the answer I got, it was confirmed that there was effects on staff in terms of the changes in hour, and on the form it says there are no impacts, no negative impacts identified. So I believe that isn't quite correct based on the information received. So I would also like to move for a deferral based on those reasons, the fact that that report isn't correct. So we'll be asking to make a decision on something that says there isn't a negative impact on staff when, or there is no negative impacts when there is some negative impacts that have been identified. So
okay. Yeah,
I wanted to raise that.
That's why I thought it was worthwhile nipping this rather than
Thank
going in and out of deferrals and so on. So, taking your recommendations, how long? 10?
10.
10.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could we stop the recording, please? Thank you.
Doctor, Mr McCaskill. Sorry, my apologies. It's Director of Legal and Democratics, if you would like to.
Thank you, Provost. There was 2 questions asked before the recess. The first was in relation to deferral of the matter, and perhaps Mr Lorimer would like to come in terms of that side of things. It is permitted in terms of standing orders, provided there's no financial implications.
Thank you, Mrs Buchanan. Thank you, Provost. Yeah. So the proposal to defer would have negative financial implications. I'm not able to absolutely quantify those on the hoof today, but deferral would impact in terms of the sports centres and the intention there to generate additional income. A bit less significant in terms of the library's position, but again, there is a need to undertake a 12-week formal staff consultation, and if there was a deferral, that would push that back and therefore have implications. So that's my advice in terms of the financial competence of the motion, of the amendment. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. And within that consultation, does Mrs Hunter want to say something just now about consultation? No.
About staff consultation.
Yes. You want to say something just now about it? Yeah. I think the two things tie together, so that's why I'm
There we go. Yeah, so there was 2 elements that are related. First of all, with regards to the staff consultation and the question from Councillor Doran with regards to the EIA, you'll see that in step 5 of the EIA, it does specify within that there's been consultation with staff group and also trade unions. However, I'd like it to be minuted that under step 8, it should also state there that there has been consultation about the negative impacts with staff. Obviously, they would prefer ours to stay the same. If we were in a different position, we would like that to happen. We have, through the conversations that we've had with staff to date, taken on board feedback from the staff group. As a result of that feedback, we have done 2 things. One, the opening hour proposals that are presented to you today are different to the opening hours proposals that would have been considered under the report that was deferred from September. And 2, the rotas that support that from an operational perspective within the organisation have also been looked at to ensure that we can address the concerns around, for example, the museums, the days of the week when people would be required to work, and also with regards to both areas, the hours that would be in detriment. I acknowledge that there is detriment to our staff. That is not an easy position to be in. It's not a position we would want to be in, particularly with the cost of living crisis and the squeeze on people's budgets. But unfortunately, I have to look at this along with the senior leadership team and also the board of directors in terms of what this is doing for the organisation as a whole and in terms of the financial envelope that we have to operate within. There was also just a clarification perhaps with regards to Councillor Wan's question. We're in a position where there's a contract, a service level agreement between Angus Council and Angus Alive in terms of the opening hours. That is one of the things that is included within the service level agreement. We need to get certainty from the council as the body that commissions us to deliver those culture, sport and leisure services on the council's behalf, that the council is in agreement with the proposed new operating hours. That then gives us the ability as an organisation, so as an ALIO, the board of directors and the leadership team is then responsible for making sure that we internally are managing through any staff implications of that change to the proposed opening hours under the service level agreement. So that's why we need to get the agreement from the council on the proposed opening hours so we can take that forward. As it says in the report, if following staff consultation there was a need to amend those proposals in terms of the opening hours, then that would need to be brought back in for consideration.
Okay, are you both, maybe not happy, but are you content with the answers that you've been given?
Yep, we're content with the answers given. However, I would like to just note my dissent to any decision made on this, and that I would still be wanting my amendment, but I know it's not possible. So, if you can note my dissent,
Thank you. Respectfully take your dissent on that matter, and
yeah, I just
maybe
want
you the same as well.
yeah, it's incredibly important that we consider the equality impact assessments carefully when we're looking at anything, particularly that is involving cuts, and we need to make sure that these are updated and they have the full information available for councillors to make these decisions, because without assessing impact on public and staff who are involved, we can't make a good decision if we don't have that information presented. So I'm disappointed that that's what's in the report and it wasn't acknowledged. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay. So moving on to further questions now. So I think the third person is Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Thank you there, Provost. Could you tell me why you are cutting the full-time workers, and probably the poorest paid, by 8 hours a week? That is approximately £240 a month off their salary, and hiring 5 highly paid managers.
You're not directing that at me. I'll put that over to...
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to address that in two parts. So the number of hours that was stated there in terms of the reduction in weekly hours for staff members is not accurate for two reasons. First, it wasn't accurate with the original proposal that was brought forward, and with the revised proposal that is presented to you today, as I stated earlier. And as I noted earlier, this is contingent on any outcomes of one-to-one conversations that we would have as part of following the managing workforce change policy. Within our libraries, the biggest difference that would be impacting the 12 people who would have a detriment is currently showing as 1.38 hours per week and an average of 0.78 hours per week. And within our museums, galleries and archives, the difference would be 2.91 hours per week. So it's much lower than what you're saying there. Although, as I stated in the response to Councillor Doran, we do acknowledge that there is detriment and that is a difficult position for our staff members to be in. With regards to the second question about recruitment of team leader positions, during the pandemic, we held vacancies within our senior leadership team to ensure that at a time when budgets were under even more pressure, we could have that funding towards our vacancy saving. However, we now need to make sure that we provide the right level of support to our team members by having a team leader for each of the different service areas. We've responded to feedback from the team that was gathered during the COVID pandemic, that they would want a team leader for each of the different service areas so that we have expertise within, whether it's libraries, theatre and venues, etc. The people that have come into those positions are able to provide and are now providing, because they're now all in place, support to the teams. They're also able to assist the team and the senior leadership team and the board to look at how we address what's required in future, and we make sure that we've got people with expertise in each of the areas to help us to do that over what's going to be a really challenging period ahead.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Number 4 is Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Provost. My question relates to page 188, table 6.2. It's new approach to digital training services. I'll read what it says, you can read it yourself. Approval of this element would result in a saving in staff costs for Angus Alive of circa £70,000. This would be offset by a reduction of income of around £6,000. Does that mean that there is a service, this digital training, which costs £70,000 and brings in £6,000?
So to date, that is correct, but that is the reason that we have looked at that as part of the cost-saving measures for future delivery. So there are, we also looked at the data in terms of the number of users who had been utilising that service. We had a significant number of courses that had to be cancelled because of lack of interest from members of the public who could have taken up those particular opportunities. And the income at the point where the trust started operation was about £1,000. We've increased that over the last number of years, so it has grown significantly from a very small number to a slightly higher, but still a small number. But as a proportion of cost to deliver versus income generated, obviously, as you've pointed out, a very significant difference between those two things. However, we do support within our libraries the need to ensure that members of our community who are coming in to use, for example, the People's Network computers to access whether it's job applications or banking or anything else that they're coming in to use that service for, that they would be able to still get, as they do now, support from our information advisors on general inquiries as and when they need it. The digital training service was about specific training courses that were offered at various points in time in the different boroughs in Angus. And it will be about working with, as it says in the document, other partners we've already spoken with, for example, Dundee and Angus College, who would be interested in utilising our facilities where we have the People's Network computers, where we've got access, free access to the Wi-Fi network for people to use their own devices, to provide training through some of their team members coming in, and also through Vibrant Communities colleagues doing the same. So there's lots of other ways that we'll still be able to provide support, but just in a very different way to the way that we do it now.
Number 5 is Councillor Cheap.
Thank you. My question actually was going to be in relation to for clarification on point 5.2.3, I think it's page 186. Just on the description of the proposal there, I didn't really understand what that meant. I just would be quite good to have a bit of clarity what was meant by working with Angus Council to engage communities to explore opportunities for involvement in service delivery. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Cheap. I think it's really, you know, that in terms of trying to get, you know, working with communities where there's groups of interest, or there's potentially volunteers, or there's opportunities for delivering services differently in partnership with communities. You know, so instead of just Angus Alive, you know, staff deliver everything, is there opportunities there where we can, you know, open up consultation lines of communication and see if there are groups that would be interested, or volunteers that would be interested in delivering some of the services supported potentially by Angus Alive in doing that, but maybe in a different model of delivery that's currently, you know, that we work to. So that was really what that proposal was about, so that we could start to go into that process, and members are aware that we'd be having those kind of conversations where there's opportunity exists.
Can you give us an example of what sort of thing you're meaning? Because I'm struggling to actually understand, think what you know, volunteers would come along and deliver that Angus Alive staff are delivering now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's, you know, likes a library service and such like, you know, if there was folks that were interested in participating in, you know, working in the library on a volunteering type basis and help the staff there to do the functions that they do, that's, you know, kind of one example. Kirsty, I don't know if you've got any other examples.
So I think that there's some really good examples from things that have happened before in some communities where, for example, in Brechin, the Brechin City Hall is now operated by a community group and is very successful and has you know, shown itself to be a really good model there. That model might not work in other places, but it's to make sure that we're having those conversations where there might be groups of people that are interested in participating in that kind of way, to give them those opportunities to have those discussions with us and us with them as well.
Okay. Provost, can I just ask, if the conversation that's come up in the last has stimulated a question,
yes,
that's probably more important. Can I just quickly come in with this?
Just one more.
Yeah, just very quickly. It's just that something that Councillor Meehan just said just now, and the response about cost of delivery and the income that's generated from that, that's surely got to be something then should be taken across Angus Live in total, because look at the services we're providing in Angus Alive, in libraries, museums particularly. It'd be quite interesting to see footfall to some of the museums around Angus and the cost of actually having these museums open and equivalent what entry fee that would equate to. You know, I know it's a bit accountant why, but that's what we should be looking at. We're having to make so much savings, and we can't lose that picture that we're trying to make savings here, and we have to make tough decisions. But if we're having to look at, if we consider income stream against the cost of delivery, I would like to think that would be taken across the board, across all the services in Angus Alive.
Yeah, and I can assure you that that is something that has been looked at very closely. We had a Director Development Day just last week on Friday, and went through in great detail the expenditure and also the income generation across each of the different areas. What I would highlight is that not all of the types of services that we deliver can generate the income that, for example, sport and leisure does, because actually our libraries, for example, provide a very valuable public service that is free at the point of use, and it is something that we have to provide free at the point of use, but also it's really important that that is available free at the point of use for those who need it. And you know, whether that's taking out books or getting help with your Blue Badge inquiry or using the People's Network computers, whatever that is, it is still a very valuable service. So we will have to be a little bit careful, all of us, when we're looking at the cost versus the income that's coming in, but also looking at outcomes as well. But absolutely, and I can assure you that that is something that we're looking at in detail.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if I could just come in just from the council perspective on that, I suppose, is that in terms of the management fee that we do pay to Angus Alive, it's really important that we have really clear line of sight about what that exactly pays for. You know, so we've been working with Kirsty and her team to ensure that we really understand that really well and understand where the money that the council is providing is actually going in terms of subsidy, and we're trying to get really into the detail of that now.
Right, Councillor Julie Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Kirsty. Obviously, there's a lot of detail in there, and it's generating a lot of interest. I think there's probably some appetite in various parts of the council area where you might be pushing at an open door in terms of engaging with communities. And I wondered if you needed input from any of us around that. I was quite surprised to see, you know, opening on Sundays where footfall in lots of the towns are pretty quiet. I just wondered if you'd give us a wee bit more on that, or if you've got plans to look at ways of boosting that footfall, or potentially with consultation with staff and communities around splitting, you know, a different makeup of those opening hours to accommodate demand, and how much scope for flexibility do you think you might have following consultation there? Thank you.
So if any members have ideas about community groups that are already in existence or people that are interested, then absolutely would welcome that information, and if you can contact myself, I can help to make sure that those linkages are made. With regard to the Sunday opening, as I was mentioning earlier, we have looked at what other heritage and cultural attractions are doing in Angus and also in neighbouring areas. Those, like ourselves, have been impacted by the COVID pandemic. It's very clear to see when you look at opening hours that where they have had to also reduce their opening hours, what they have focused on is making sure that they're available Saturdays and Sundays, and then if they're able to be open more than just Saturday and Sunday, that they extend into sort of Friday in particular, and a few into Monday. So we have tried to make sure that we are aligning with that. when we were developing the Angus cultural strategy along with partners, there were lots of working group sessions with representatives from a significant number of different organisations across Angus, and in conversations as well subsequently with them, it's been really clear that those Saturdays and Sundays are something that's really important. It will ensure that visitors to Angus who are coming for holiday periods, particularly for weekends or long weekends, will be able to take advantage of our facilities being open at that time. So it will help to provide a better visitor offering. But it's not just about visitors. This is also about making sure that local families are able to access those venues during weekend periods when they have time together. But we're also conscious about the fact that we need to make sure that school groups are still able to access the venues too, so that as a result of that, there are opening times also still maintained within the weekday periods to accommodate school groups. In terms of footfall within the towns, that's not data that I do have access to, so that's something that if we're able to get some data on that, that would be great. But what we have looked at, as I say, is aligning with colleagues from other culture and heritage organisations and making sure that as a service provider in what is a service industry, it's not hospitality as such, but if you look at organisations that are in hospitality that are struggling to be open as many days of a week as they used to be, they're coordinating their hours onto those weekend periods and just either side of it. And that's what culture and heritage attractions are doing as well.
Councillor Scott.
I noticed the... Oh, sorry, my mic. Oh, no, it's on. I didn't even touch it. Provost, through you. I noticed that you're open until 8 o'clock at night. I can see no data in here that says that 8 o'clock at night's required, but we're hearing that, you know, lots of people are coming in through the day, and I know how valuable a service it is, certainly in Brechin Library, that lots of people, you know, the most vulnerable in society, especially, don't have, you know, access to digital, so they will always need the face-to-face. So what's the need for the 8 o'clock at night? Because you've been here before and you took it back till 7 and then I think you went back to 6. So why do we need 8 again?
Thanks, Councillor Scott. So in terms of the library opening hours, that's one of the, you've lined this up perfectly for me. So that's one of the areas that we changed following the discussions with staff in terms of bringing these proposals forward. So you will note that there are mainly 10 till 4 opening periods, that we have one day where it's 10 till 2, and then one day where it's 2 till 8. The 2 o'clock opening is, we've brought that forward a couple hours on what we'd originally proposed following the staff feedback. We've also reduced the later openings that we'd proposed or we were going to be proposing to 6 o'clock on a couple of days to reduce that to the 4 o'clock finish to enable that earlier start on the late night. And the late night will be something that we're focusing on in terms of events and different types of activities to try and attract people into the library. So this is different to when there were late nights before, when it was just the building is open. This is about making sure as well that our members of our community who work during the day also have access to our library facilities, rather than it not being available to them apart from on a Saturday morning from 10 till 1. So this is about trying to ensure greater equality of access across all members of our community, while still retaining the opportunity every day for those who need that support to get it. And you'll have noted that on 5 of the 6 days we're open at 10 o'clock, which has taken into consideration the feedback from both staff and customers about the fact that 11 o'clock felt too late and that they wanted to be open from 10. So we think that we have addressed that, but...
Can I have a supplement?
Yep.
I appreciate what you're saying, but there is no... Where's the data from the public to say that they want 8 o'clock at night? Which groups are you hoping to bring in? I see in the report you're saying guides, brownies, I think that's been maybe suggestions, but these places already have a home, you know, they're already operating in facilities, so what are you going to do to attract them? Because
So
I get lots of complaints about your pricing as well.
So we have had inquiries from those groups who are wanting to bring. So this isn't about them having a regular home necessarily. This is about them coming in for visits in the same way that school groups might come in for a visit during the day. This is about groups coming in for visits in the evening. But it's also about things like, for example, Get It Loud in libraries that we previously had prior to pandemic down in Carnoustie Library, where actually there was, we had a band and doing different things. So this is about us looking totally differently at what it is that we do in our library spaces, and our new libraries team leaders working closely with the team to look at what that will look like, so that from hopefully April forwards, depending on obviously approval here today and then staff consultation, we would be able to do that. If it's something that doesn't work, then we can obviously at some point in the future relook at that. And I think we've proven over time again and again that we are always willing to relook at things based on the data and the information. But what I would also say is that all local authority areas provide at least one late night, and it would be unusual if Angus was the only local authority area that didn't do that.
Okay, thank you.
So these are the things that can be taken up, on a one-to-one. Hence the reason why we're trying to move to the one question. Not a problem with you taking a second question, but these are there's an example of the supplementary, where that's something that can be taken on board with your expertise of your local area. That's why all the some of the other independent councils love that as well. They want to say, look, we're the people that are on the ground. So one for you to take up and continue with, Councillor Scott. Okay, number 8, Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. I'd just like to seek further clarification with regards to page 179, 3.7, with the savings for the management fee paid to Angus Alive. It states here that 285,000 in 22-23, then it drops to 210 in 23-24, and then it makes a miraculous jump to 500,000 in 24-25, with further savings to be had. Is this anything to do, or is it in relation to, from page 184, 5.1.5, the carrying of £633,000 worth of vacant posts? And if it's not, is this going to involve staff cuts, or is it going to involve staff increases?
Thanks, Councillor Gregg. The numbers that you've referred to, firstly on page 179.3.7, the 285 in 22-23, 210 in 23-24, and the 500. These are actually the numbers that are in the council's change programme. They're actually they're the savings that we have asked Angus Alive to deliver. As part of, if you like, changing their business, over those 3 years, and those are the levels of savings at the moment that the council are expecting Angus Alive to deliver. Through having the vacancy saving that you referred to, which is the 633, that was the number that was included originally in Angus Alive's budget information for 22-23. Since that time, we've been in discussion with Kirsty, and through discussion, the numbers that are now in the table in, just flick down.
Can I maybe come in on the?
Yeah, sure.
So, I think we've highlighted at previous council meetings that there are a number of different factors that are affecting the financial position of the organisation. One of those is the reductions in the management fee as a result of the change programme savings, so the fact that we will be receiving less in terms of payments from the council this year and in future years. Up till now, we have delivered savings in previous change management plans, and we've always delivered those on time and on budget. With regards to the 633, that is also not only addressing, or that's been held, within the organisation to address the fact that we've got management fee savings, but also the fact that our income has been adversely affected by the COVID pandemic significantly. I'm delighted to say that we have increased our Be Active membership by 20% this year from the start of the year. We have had a consistent growth every single month since January, even through the summer, and this summer was a fantastic summer. Hopefully you all enjoyed some of the nice weather, but usually in a summer period we would see a dip in membership because people will put a pause on their membership, go out and enjoy outdoor activities, and then come back to us in September or October, depending on when the weather gets a bit more nasty again. So that is a fantastic situation to be in. However, our numbers are still only 3/4 of what they were pre-COVID, so our income is significantly down. In order to address that, and we talked earlier about the fact that it's absolutely essential to remain a going concern as an organisation, and that we have a legal requirement as a charity to do that and to not trade with a deficit position, we have therefore held vacancies within the organisation to ensure that the numbers actually work within the financial affordability position that we have at the moment. Some of those, as we've started opening services up more, we have had to bring in people to those positions. Some of that vacancy saving as well, just to clarify, that vacancy saving is made up of 3 different types of figure. One is the vacancies held within the establishment. One is the fact that we have not been using supply members of staff to cover annual leaves and sickness absences in some of the areas, and we've been using the permanent members of staff to do that. And thirdly, there's an element for the coaches budget, which we use to deliver the class programme in our fitness centres. So the vacancy saving is less this year than it was last year because we're open more. We're obviously still on a temporary operating arrangements in terms of our opening hours across all types of venues at this point in time. But we are looking through the proposals that are in this paper to bring forward some of that as a permanent saving. And Gordon mentioned the table which outlines what some of those savings would be. I can't remember what section it is. 6.2. That will look to be delivering the 285 that you mentioned there, Councillor Gregg, and also be starting to contribute to some of the savings required towards next year and future years. But there will be more changes to come, and I think that Mr. Lorimer highlighted the fact that there's a really difficult financial position for the local authority, and as an alio of the local authority, we will also be impacted by that.
Question from Councillor Speed.
Yeah, it was just to receive a little bit of clarity around the money, the cost of the senior management that has been spent on that recruitment of those 5 posts. And you'd mentioned that this was to get their expertise in terms of moving forward with future delivery. And I couldn't help but think about the frontline staff and those that we're talking about today, that the jobs are affected, that the expertise that they must have gained and have over the years, and just how that's not been perhaps better utilised. It just feels like there's kind of a disproportionate kind of spend, and that, as has been said, the most we're hitting the lowest paid already. You know, a group that's already been through 3 cuts and restructures over the last 7 years. And it just feels like it's a little bit out of alignment in terms of the council's priorities, in terms of tackling inequalities, poverty, and what we're trying to achieve. And so I guess your mission statement states that there's a clear focus on customer service, excellence and continuous improvement, and that your engaged workforce will deliver innovative services. And I just wonder, how engaged do you feel the workforce is when you've brought proposals to full council before kind of fully consulting? Because something just feels a little bit off. And I think taking into consideration Mr. Boyle's deputation that he made, it just feels like it's a little bit out of sync as to what the staff are feeling and the input that they've been able to have in this process so far.
Thanks, Councillor Speed. So This is a really challenging time for our staff. Nobody is questioning that. As I've said already, this is not a situation any of us would want to be in. We absolutely value the input of our staff. I've already explained some of the changes that we have made to the proposals based on the discussions with staff. We've had 2 sessions with each of the staff groups in museums, galleries, archives, and also with libraries, which trade union colleagues were invited to attend and did attend, which was also very valuable in terms of their contribution in that process. We have regular conversations with our staff group. We, during the pandemic, have given up, for example, head office, which was one of the savings that we could make without impacting staff, to make sure that we could try to prioritise the people that we have within our organisation. This means that I and the members of the leadership team are out and about at our sites even more than we ever were before. So I am regularly having conversations with staff at various different locations throughout Angus every single week. I have a really good relationship with those staff members, but that doesn't mean that difficult decisions don't have to be taken. Specifically with regard to the point around the team leaders being brought into post, as I explained to the question earlier, we were without members of the senior leadership team during the pandemic at a time when lots of facilities were shut and we weren't operating at the same level in terms of our operations across the different areas of the organisation. But we have now replaced those posts with a different makeup of positions, which are at a lower level than the posts that were in place before, to ensure we could get that diversity of spread across the 5 different service areas and respond to feedback from our teams in each of the different service areas that they wanted somebody for their specific service area with that service-specific expertise. So this is an ongoing evolving position. It is something that we will continue to engage with staff. As we said, if the proposals are approved here, then we would go into formal consultation, but we are already taking on board and have taken on board input that they have made to the proposals so far.
So I think that's all the questions. We'll now move on to comments. At this point in time, before we go on the comments, and to see who they all are, I'd like to thank everyone for keeping the questions respectfully keeping the questions they are. They've all been very good questions. So I would just like to say, after my comments at the start, I'm glad we've kept to that. But after the positive, the negative, let's try and maybe keep away from operational when we're talking about these things, and that therefore to finish off the evening, or no, we've still another bit to go. If there's any comments, try and keep it to comments about the report, and trying to steer off operational issues. Councillor Bill Duff, I think is the first. I'll put you down first, Bill. Councillor. Any other? Will there be any other comments? Councillor Gregg. Councillor Speed. Councillor Cheap. Councillor Scott. Thank you. Councillor Doran. Oh, the non-aligned are doing well today. Councillor Doran. Right, I'll start with these ones. Right, Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I was going to make the same comment about operational discussions. I mean, we've got an executive team at Angus Alive, we've got a board of directors. We should not be asking questions about opening hours and whether it's 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. That is not responsibility, in my view, of the council. I was going to go back to the budget of 2022 when the change programme was set. That was approved at the budget. It was the budget produced by the previous administration. There was no comment at all on the change programme. The only person who commented on the Angus Alive savings on the change programme was myself, and I pointed out to elected members that they were signing up for a change programme without any idea about what the changes would be. And you know, it's well known that the costs of Angus Alive, 88% of the costs are staff costs. So if and the council is asking Angus Alive to save money, inevitably that is going to mean it impacts on staff. And you know, there is no way around that harsh reality. Angus Alive spends most of its money on staff. The council is asking Angus Alive now to save money, and significant amounts of money that will impact on staff. And you know, that is the reality. If you don't like that, then we're going to have to look at the change programme. As Mr Lorimer has explained today, the financial situation of the council is extremely serious, and you know, the savings that are requested of Angus Alive are proportionate to that threat to the council. So I think it's a harsh situation we're in, but that's where we were, and I pointed out to members in March that they had signed up to a change programme. You know, that was the time to ask these hard questions.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to comment on the transition from moving the access offices into the library, which is clearly going to be quite.
Is your speaker on?
Yeah, I'm probably just not.
Sorry, I'm just not hearing you.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on
the
moving of the access offices into libraries, which is obviously a good thing. It's going to save money, and it helps possibly bring further business into the libraries. However, it was noted, well, it was mentioned earlier about the lack of privacy, or that as well, but noting in some of the questions in here that have been asked and responses from the public, it does seem to be quite a big thing. So I just want to make sure that going forward with that moving into the libraries, that that's addressed and that people do get the privacy that they do rightly deserve within that. I'd also like to register my dissent in the same way of Councillor Wan's to the lack of the staff consultation. I think before we sort of do anything else, they should really be asked, and then that report should then come to us for us to decide on, and not the other way around.
Yeah, and I respect you wanted to record that dissent, and on a personal basis, or we went through this at Carnoustie 5 years ago about the privacy. It was always our big headache, wasn't it, Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Cheap, and I did. So I can only give you the assurances. Again, it's operational; it's somebody that runs it. But in the end of the day, it has worked elsewhere. But we take on board your comments in the comments, Councillor Speed. Yes, Councillor Speed.
Yeah, I kind of have felt like deflated all the way through this item, and I think it was referenced earlier in terms of like staff feeling like, you know, this is a done deal. And as a councillor, I've sat here throughout this agenda item feeling like it's a done deal. I'm so disappointed that the kind of requests for deferral haven't been agreed. It just feels like this whole process from the last time it came to council to here again has just been really messy. It doesn't feel like it's really taken you know, staff's views into consideration, or indeed the public's, although I appreciate that there has been consultation, but again, how that's been carried out and delivered hasn't necessarily been true to what the overall recommendations are that we have here before us today. It just feels really kind of disheartening, and I think, you know, distasteful as well. I mean, we've got staff that are currently handing out, or being asked to hand out, cost of living leaflets at the same time as their jobs are on the line and their income is going to reduce. I appreciate that there's huge savings to be made, but I think, you know, I can't get my head around, you know, Councillor Duff has said that, you know, we shouldn't be getting involved in operational matters. As a council, Angus Alive, you know, is given that direction to Angus Alive to make these savings, but it doesn't necessarily mean when these proposals come to us that we need to agree how they're making these savings, surely. And I think it is our business to get involved in some of the matters that are being discussed here today, because when you see your constituents, members of the public, queuing at the library that is shut and they're not aware that their access office isn't open that day, or they're not aware that the access office has moved across the street, or you have an old person who's been dropped off by their family member at a building that's shut, and has no way of contacting them to come back and collect them and the rain's coming on, actually, I think that we have a duty of care to get involved in these things and to question and to sort them out, because at the end of the day, it is public money, it's public services, and I think it's only right that we scrutinise. And like I say, like others, I'd like my dissent recorded.
No, I respect it. All I can do is give you the assurances, Councillor Speed, that I will be discussing this with the senior table and others that have come up, and see what can be learnt. If they feel there is things to be learned, I can give you that assurances, Councillor Speed, on that. Okay, Councillor Cheap.
Thanks, Provost. I mean, I do share the idea of frustration on this paper. In fact, it's that it's gone on for so long. I think really people have to take a step back here and realise what is in front of us going forward in the next few years. It's not just Angus Alive, it's Angus Council and the amount of savings and phenomenal amount of money that's going to have to be found to keep ourselves a balanced budget, and Angus Alive have to do exactly the same. And to be frank, the paper says it all in that we have to deliver this in order to make the savings 285, 210, and then go for an ongoing savings this will help deliver. And we can't with one hand say to Angus Alive, we're going to get to a point where the management fee is going to be zero and you have to just survive some or other. They have to make savings to do that. I hear what people are saying about perhaps the individuals involved and whether it's an hour and a half or it's an hour being cut from their wages. But in reality, for the millions of pounds that are going to be saved in Angus Council, people are going to lose their whole jobs. So if there's a bit of cutting here and there, it has to be done. And I'm afraid that might not be popular, but it's reality, and people are going to have to get used to it. So I actually went through this report in great detail at the weekend, and at the end of the whole thing, I thought, where we're starting from now to the new basis, we're increasing library hours, we're increasing sports centre hours, so we're actually increasing delivery. We should tick and move forward with the report. I'm wholly for it.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Duff. Am I switched on? Yeah. Just going to answer Councillor Duff, but basically Lois has just done it before me. Access, leisure, libraries, museums, every single one of our residents is affected by this. So for us not to have an opinion, then I think that's wrong. I think we need to be getting involved in this to make sure that things are right. Like I said, I can see no data to say that we need the 8 o'clock. Yeah, you're going to try it. But also, I would have liked, and Councillor Cheaps just spoke about cuts here and there, but it's not here and there, it's to the lowest paid in your organisation, and they've went through 3 restructures in 7 years, and I think that's wholly unfair. And again, I'd like to record my dissent.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Dorn.
Thank you. So yeah, the report was brought to us and it specifically asked to approve the updated venue operating hours. So we have every right to ask questions about that. Also, it wasn't noted, clearly noted the effects on staff due to these new hours. And these are cuts that only affect the lowest paid members of staff. And we are looking at cuts to budgets, but we need to be careful. Well, not just be careful, we cannot make cuts that only affect the lowest paid in organisations. That's just not acceptable in how things are looked at. So I want to record my dissent about this as well.
Thank you. Councillor Dorn.
Please record my dissent as well, Provost.
Okay, all right, okay. Where are we up to? Sorry. That was Heather. I think it's Mark McDonald next.
Councillor Stewart, they're pulling out the Halloween stuff.
Exactly.
I've said this before about Angus Alive. We've got to accept that this is an ALIO. It's an arm's length organisation, and we either accept it's that or we don't. And I actually have a lot of sympathy with some of the views that have been expressed. I think Lois made an eloquent presentation. I think Heather summed it up very well. The hardest part of this, though, is we're talking about the technicalities of a contract that we've got with Angus Alive here, as I understand it. And how that's communicated to us as councillors is very important, but it's also how it's communicated to the public and the staff and everybody involved. And from what I've understood from the presentations from officers today, is that we are required to make this decision so they can consult with the staff. But how do you articulate that clearly in a paper when we've got to do that before that, but it doesn't look like that's the right way to do it? And that's a problem with our contract as a whole. If that's a problem, it's not solved by the recommendations here today or any of that. And that's why the recommendations make it so hard. So Councillor Wan's point about, you know, it doesn't look right. Well, it maybe doesn't, but that's how it is. That's the contract. That's the situation we're in. And in order to get the discussion with staff to get the best result for staff, so that Angus Alive, are conversing with them, we need to agree the paper so that they can have that chat. And if it's no good enough, it comes back. So I have no problem in accepting the paper as it is, as long as it's based on it coming back, based on the staff negotiations. But the problem is, from my understanding, is how us as councillors, we as councillors, understand our relationship with Angus Alive and what we have to do as councillors for that organisation and the services that we have asked Angus Alive to run for us. That's the hardest bit for us, and getting our head round, for me anyway, getting our head round how our relationship is with Angus Alive, how we scrutinise Angus Alive, but also we've got to give them the freedom to be able to run the organisation as they need to run the organisation. It's not easy, and that's all I really wanted to say on it.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you, Provost. I'll just keep it, to use Councillor Clark's word, I'll keep it brief. I've got really nothing more to add than the eloquent comment by Councillors Dorn, Scott, Speed, Greg and the other ones here. This is clearly the lowest paid people that are getting looked at again, that have been through 3 reviews in the last 7 years, and I wish my dissent to be recorded as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fotheringham. Any other? Oh, sorry, Councillor Braze. Yes, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I absolutely take on board what other members have said about this. You know, really difficult for low-paid jobs and job holders. But didn't Ms Hunter say that we filled 5 vacancies at more senior levels, which had lain empty during COVID, and we filled posts but at lower salaries? That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, so the posts that were brought in were filled at lower salaries than the posts that we'd held vacant, so that we could have the range of positions. And it might also be helpful to clarify that only 3% of the entire workforce is at LG 10 and above. So 77% of our workforce is up to LG 4. And of LG 5 to LG 10 we have 20%. So it's probably worth highlighting that actually the vast majority of our workforce is frontline. There's only a very small leadership team that are then charged with making sure that all of the team are working to deliver the services, but the vast majority of our workforce, as I say, is in the lower
But it is fair to say, isn't it, that it's not, in this scenario, it's not entirely the lowest paid workers, lowest paid job positions that are taking a hit here. There's also been a bit of a hit further up the chain.
They were new employees.
Right,
Yeah, but it's
right,
a job position.
we're going to, we've got the comments, and I think we are now. So, sorry?
No, it wasn't.
No.
That was comments.
There was supposed to be comments.
Yeah.
What an answer's from soon.
Yeah, an answer from it. So, yeah, so correct me right on this. We now are going to the point in time, that's me closing it all down, whether it be questions or comments. That's getting closed down. We've spent a long time. I think everyone's been given a fair chance at it all. That's probably nearly a couple of hours at it, of which I'm perfectly happy to have that. Keep me right on this, Donald. I've been noting, are those dissenting? Are they dissenting on where these agreements, or are dissenting the whole paper? The whole paper? So as long as I know that, so basically all I need to make sure this is right is say, I note number 1, I agree number 2, but with the dissenters, I note number 3, or keep me right on how...
Yes, Provost, I'll record the dissent of the members that have intimated that, and I think it's now a matter for the Council to approve the report, to approve the recommendations as stated in the report.
Okay, that's great. So, are we approving it? Yes. Right, yes. And what usually happens is the dissents don't come till the end, so that's fine. Thanks very much. So I think that's us on to the possible exclusion of public and press. that was agreed, yes? Oh, do you agree to agreed? Agreed!
Provost, through you, just could we stop the live streaming, recording, etc.? Thank you.